Test 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2, 3, 4.
Way, your order's ready. No, why don't you go dead left? Ryan, I was swinging it to the one last night at 12. No, carry. Where it goes even longer.
Yes. No, I did the pocket call. Not.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
I have a venom shotgun, 1,000 pulses. It's terrible.
He's not qualified even before. I really don't understand it. How they do it. Well, yeah, wait. Three more tough shots. Yeah, three more tough shots. So, November. Exactly.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2 3 4.
You get one of them. Yeah, so a new one for me. Actually, they got the blank ones down there.
I got you.
He's on. Yeah, no, he's not happy.
Yeah, that's been my secret. Oh, he
Was he used to ask about white lightning? Yeah. I didn't know it until just now. So when you get that, evolved. I put two and two together, and he's probably the slowest runner on the team.
Nice.
Don't tell him I told you that.
I won't tell.
Amir.
Thank you, sir.
Really don't like it. They just don't see it. His first 5 games. Now, first 5 3 more games. They were cold. And I just don't know. I like the match play better. Match play. Yeah. It's better than plays and everything. Yeah. They got two in the same.
Yeah. You can sit right there if you want.
Hi.
Oh. Thank you. Dogs. First year bowling at Buffalo Lane. Where are you guys from? Are you from the area?
We live in Raleigh.
You live in Raleigh? Did you just move here?
No, we still live in Raleigh, but we just moved from AMF. We played there. He started playing when he was 14. So
Cardinal kid. Wants to be go to UNC.
yeah,
And wants to be an NFL analyst.
that's right.
There
He's
you
all
go.
about football.
Who's his favorite football team?
Steelers.
Steelers. Everybody's for the
We
Steelers.
actually went to a game for his 16th birthday 3 weeks ago.
Wow.
And we went to Charlotte. They were playing Panthers, of course, and they won. So he was very happy.
Thank you.
Well, afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yeah.
Somebody get hungry?
Yeah. I decided to take a look.
Automotive technician or civil engineer. There's some serious stuff. So you graduated from Super, are you at White Tech now?
Did you get this?
But you're gonna move.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Sean. Good luck today.
Rice pool, please come to the check-in table, rice pool.
I'm sorry, was I gone there? That was it, right?
Yeah, I just like to go through it. Make sure.
Yeah. Okay.
You're welcome. And if anybody's at home, you can tell them to go to buffalowings.com. They can watch it live.
It's just him and me.
You have any other relatives or friends?
Yeah.
And then you guys can go back, all this gets recorded, and they can go back.
Oh, gosh, I think that he might like to because sometimes he does ask me to. He hasn't been playing that long. He's been playing for about 2 years. He started working, but he actually, as soon after his dad died, he started, just for something to do. I encouraged him to learn how to bowl. And he didn't really learn, he just started. This is Alex.
Hey, good luck today, Alex.
What's up?
Right.
How come everyone's on that?
I have no idea. Who knows other two? I think it's just all random.
Where do you want to go to college?
Maybe UNC.
Well, I'm on 17 and 18. They're all
I know you probably state down.
Where's everyone else?
Oh, yeah. Duke's all right.
Let's see.
Hey,
What do you want to be when you grow up?
I
Okay, go
don't
back
know
now.
yet.
Don't know.
Yeah.
And you don't do anything else besides bowl?
Oh, I played football, hockey. I used to do baseball.
Do you watch
soccer?
soccer?
Yeah, I was the goalie. I started goalie.
Do you have a favorite football team or hockey team?
Canes because they're here, even though they're not good this year. Well, Eric Stahl's out, but still, my favorite football team is the Panthers. And they had a great season last season.
Having a little bit of trouble this year. They're pretty beat up.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
All right, good luck today, Bryce.
Thank you. And what my name? How do we figure out what my name is?
Check-in table, no thank On the air today?
Some point.
Yeah. We make a note of that on his sheet. Actually, my note sheet.
All right, Junior Go Boys, you guys ready to bowl?
No!
Don't y'all love singing?
No!
It's your favorite of all the patterns,
Doing
right?
30% of the team.
So I expect big numbers today, right? Okay. All right, so just to clarify one thing really quick, or two things actually, there is no scholarship money awarded in this tournament. And then your ratios. For the ratios, for the girls, it'll be 1 in 4 for spots. For the boys, it'll be 1 in 5, and for the under 12, it'll be champ. So if you win the under 12 division, you get a spot for Chicago. Sorry. We'll have the numbers probably after the first game, so we'll let you know how many spots are going to be for the boys and girls, and then obviously we'll crown the under 12 champ later. Parents, we do have the Tastefully Simple room set up behind lanes 7 and 8. Please remember that it is a fundraiser for the junior gold team. We are sitting at about $900, and I think we get 30% of that. So please remember that they would make great Christmas gifts for family and all that stuff. So please go down there and check that room out. Entry form, rollers, if you did not fill out an entry form, you are automatically going to get 10 boxes of donuts. So if you did not turn in a form, when you get boxes of donuts delivered to your center, remember that's why. Back to the spots. If you decide that you're going to go to Chicago and you back out, you will have to reimburse Buffalo Lanes the spot money. It is $200 a spot. Just keep that in mind. Please, if you back out, we can if you do it in time, we can allow the next person in line to go. But if you don't, you do cost us that $200 worth of money. So we would like it back if you don't go. Recaps will be coming around in a few minutes. Okay, for those of you that are new, welcome. Yes, this is the toughest pattern that they bowl this every October. You are going to move one pair to your right, so 31 and 32. You're going to wrap around to 15 and 16. Everybody starts together, okay? So we've got them pretty evenly spaced out today. Most have 6 on the lane. We have 2 pairs with 5, so that should be fine. You guys pace yourself out to the pair beside you, okay? Any questions? All right, so these are the rules. You know the rules. No hitting, stomping, no cussing, no electronic devices, no stuff. Please be up to go when it is your turn. We're going to turn your lanes on for 15 minutes practice on this wonderful pattern called Sydney. While they're working on the lanes, if you've got friends or family that are going to watch, they can do that. If you cross the TV pairs 27 through 30, they can watch. And they can watch at Buffalo North on the youth board. Stream in there too.
It's about.
Sorry.
You let me down. I thought I felt special. Have a seat. There's a seat here. That's where it's like. Take you long enough. Oh, I got you.
All right, guys, hit the red keys one time for me really quick. Let me see what pops up on the screen. All right, hit them one more time. On each side. Hang on. Hang on. Oh my God, a nice ball. All right, go for it.
It went good at surgery. I went back 3 weeks later and they told me yeah, to go back Tuesday. Hopefully, it was weeks later. But just concerned about yeah. Yeah. I've been going to 2 times.
I can see you can walk.
Yes. Half battle.
Good to see you. Good.
Coming out on Tuesday. No, not yet. Not the phone.
General Morrow, come to the counter. All right, junior goal goalers, set up on your practice. Set up on your practice this time. Okay. All right. So we're going to go 5 games of qualifying, cut the fields in half, and then roll 3 more for the other pros. We'll roll 2. After your 3rd game, we're going to hope these lanes don't turn off. We're going to just keep on going. If not, we'll turn them right back on. All right, press your red keys and start your competition. Please remember your lane courtesy and watch your language, please. Good luck. Good bowling.
As long as you bowl with the right letter, I'm good. I do that all the time. When I say something, I'm like, wait a minute, did you say something? And they're not like identical. They are.
Good afternoon and welcome to Buffalo Lane South. We're here for the first Junior Gold Tournament of the 2014-2015 season. We've got 3 actual tournaments going on, and you'll get to watch some of the bowlers. 27 through 30 are the TV pair. And I am Gerald Morrow, and I will be with you all day. We'll probably have some guest speakers, announcers. Bowlers just finished up some practice, and they are getting into the first frame of what will be 5 games before we cut the field. Field will be cut in half in the boys division, same in the girls division. And then they will bowl 3 more games. So their 8-game total pinfall will determine the spots for the National Junior Gold Tournament this year in Chicago. So as these bowlers are getting settled in, so am I, as get ready for what should be a fun day of competition. Bowlers are bowling on the World 10-pin pattern called Sydney, like Sydney, Australia. That pattern is 33 feet in length. So 33 feet in length means these bowlers are going to be playing out towards the ditch. Righties are going to be right around that 4-5, that first arrow part of the lane. Even some of them possibly a little further outside. Lefties the same. Spare shooting is the name of the game today. Over on lane 28, kind of middle of your screen, Nolan Hughes just drops all 10 there. He's got a double to start the day. Hughes, you see wearing the green shirt, was on the team last year. Just to the left of him is Ryan Riggs. Ryan started with a spare in the first. His shot here in the second. Ball comes up a little light, leaves the 1-2-4. Over on lane 30, far right-hand side of your screen is Mr. Locke, and he had a strike in the first, and he misses a head pin there, leaves the 1-2. Tyler Howard steps up on 28. He had a strike in the first, his shot here in the second. Again, that shot doesn't quite get to the head pin, so he leaves the 1-2-4 as well. Again, bowlers just settling in here. Game number 1 of 5 before we cut the field. Like I said earlier, we have 3 tournaments actually going on. We've got a U12 tournament that's intermixed here as well. The U12s will bowl 5 games. They'll cut the field in half. After that, they'll bowl 2 games, and the person with the highest 7-game pinfall will receive a paid entry to the National Junior Gold Tournament in Chicago this July 11th through the 17th. Isabel Romano over there on lane 27 drops all 10, and a smile from her, and Mom back here with a big fist bump. And her brother is getting ready to step up on lane 28, just to the right of where she was. He's actually bowling in the boys tournament. We've got boys, anybody over 12. So the U15, U20 boys are all bowling together. They're bowling 5 games, cutting the field in half, and they will bowl 3 more games. And Joseph watched his sister drop all 10, and he does just that. Hughes has the front 2, and he's got a turkey. So a turkey for Nolan Hughes to start off the day. Over in the girls portion of the tournament, we've got the girls are also going to bowl 5 games, cut the field in half, and bowl 3 more. Top 8, or the total 8-game pinfall will determine the places for the National Junior Gold Tournament. In the boys tournament, the ratio is 1-in-5. So for every 5 bowlers, 1 will receive a spot. And in the girls tournament, it will be 1-in-4. Tournament directors Christy Helm and Melissa Morrow are getting all the final sheets ready for scoring. And we should have a total for you as far as the number of boys and the number of girls going to receive spots for the national tournament. Tyler Howard drops all 10 in the third. Isabel Romano up to the right of him. And that one's a little off the target. Far right-hand side of your screen is Matt Morgan looking to cover up the 6-pin, and he is unable to convert. Madison Keys over on lane 30, up in the third frame, black shirt. He's got the white headband. And her shot in the third frame, just a little off the mark. She leaves the 1-2. Just to the left of her is Mr. Anthony Locke. And Anthony, good pitch there. And leaves a 10-pin. So Madison in the black shirt over on lane 30 steps up. She's looking to cover up the 1-2 in the third frame, and she does just that. Barely touching the 1, and a big smile from her on that spare. Locke, cover the 10-pin, and he does just that. Just to the left of him is Nolan Hughes. Hughes starting with the front 3, looking for a ham bone. You saw him kind of waving that hand. Knew that one wasn't quite getting to the pocket. Leaves the 2-8. Ryan Riggs to the left of him. And that one's out there on the edge. Again, they're on a short oil pattern, so these guys are going to be riding that gutter today. Brian Locke, the twin brother of Anthony, except he bowls with 2 hands and flushes the pocket, rings a 10-pin. So after back-to-back opens, he leaves a ringing 10 here in the third. Hughes in the fourth, looking to cover up the 2-8. And Hughes chops the 2 off the 2-8. Riggs in the fourth frame. And pulls this one, so an open for him in the fourth after he had 3 clean. Back-to-back spares and a strike, then an open. Locke looking to cover up his 10-pin, and he is unable to do as his brother, and then open for him in the third. Howard on lane 28 in the fourth. Looking to try to double up, and pitches that one right. And does not get back to the head pin. Isabel Romano to the left of him as Matt Morgan steps up on 29. The lefty Matt Morgan in the light blue shirt. Romano, lane 27 in the last year's Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold shirts. Leaves the 2-4-5. Howard to cover up his spare. And he does just that. Anthony Locke on the 30 right-hand side of your screen. His shot here in the fourth. It goes high to the 4-7. Romano covers her spare. So just getting into about the 5th frame here, halfway through game number 1. I'd like to thank everybody that is currently joining us. We do appreciate you watching online. We are broadcasting over a limited network, so occasionally the stream may break up, and We are not broadcasting in HD, so clarity may be an issue as well. We're just trying to give you the best opportunity to listen in and see what these guys and girls are doing here from Buffalo Lane South. Tyler Howard stepping up on 27. He is up in the 5th frame. That one's left the target. Aaron Carino over on 29, unable to convert the 2-8 as Ryan Riggs steps up to the left of him, looking to cover up the 2-4-10, unable to do that as well. Matt Morgan, lefty over on lane number 30. In the 4th, that one goes high and he leaves the 2-pin. Tyler Howard in the 5th, far left-hand side. And that one goes through the nose, so an open for him in the 5th. No, his brother Cody is watching. Isabel Romano stepping up. And to the right of her is Dominic Rivero. Dominic Rivero covers up his spare there in the 4th. Definitely a good turnout today. And these bowlers are going to bowl 5 games, moving 1 pair to the right. After 5 games, they will cut the field in half. Joseph Romano steps up on 27, leaves the 1-2. Isabel Romano on 28, looking to cover up her spare. And to the right of her is Mr. Anthony Locke. This is the first Junior Gold tournament of the year for the Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold team. These guys and girls had a opening practice, kind of a meet and greet, get them accustomed to what's going on, get a little bit of coaching. And then after that, our last practice was last weekend. We're fortunate enough to have guys from Brunswick Bowling come in. Mr. Chuck Gardner brought in Sean Rash and Jason Sterner. Sean Rash, Jason Sterner, and Chuck Garner gave these bowlers a little clinic. They got some classroom time to kind of learn a little bit about how to get prepared and mindset and just kind of what they were going to do when they got out there on the lanes. And Jason Sterner and Sean Rash walked them through some stretching, some one-step drills, and continue to enforce the fact that spares are crucial. So again, we'd like to thank Sean Rash, Jason Sterner, and Chuck Garner for joining our team last weekend to give us a little bit of their knowledge. And those guys are going to be getting ready to go out to the World Series of Bowling, and we wish them a lot of luck out there. So again, thank you to guys from Brunswick. So you'll see on the screen, you see our little hashtag, the little bird up there on the top left-hand corner. You can always tweet us at Buffalo Lanes. That way, if you want to know what's going on with a bowler or when they might be coming up to the TV pair 27 through 30, we can kind of let you know. Try to let you know when they're going to get here and let you know what's going on with the tournament. Again, at Buffalo Lanes, hit us up on Twitter. We're going to be trying to keep an eye on the Twitter feed and also on Facebook. Get us on Facebook at Buffalo Lanes. So 6-frame. Hughes just starting his 7th, looking to cover up the 1-2-8 over on 27. Aaron Carino over on 29 in the khaki pants and dark colored shirt. His shot goes high. He leaves the 3-6-10. In between those two, Ryan Riggs up in the 7th, and that one off the mark. And these guys are bowling on a sport-compliant World 10-Pin Bowling Association pattern called Sydney, 33 feet in length. The two-hander, Brian Locke, leaves the 2-8. Just to the left of him, Aaron Carino looking to cover up his spare. Looks like he had a little bit of a footing issue, and he chops the 6-10 off the 3-6-10. Just to the left of him is Ryan Riggs. Ryan in the 7th, looking to cover up his spare, and he's unable to convert. So after striking the 6 and open for Riggs in the 7th, blue shirt, far right-hand side of your screen is Brian Locke looking to cover up the 2-8. Chops the 2 off the 2-8. To the left of him is Dominic Rivero looking to try to double up here in the 6-frame, and that's off the mark. He leaves the 1-2-4-8. And Tyler Howard, far left-hand side, covers up the 1-2-8. So a spare for Howard in the 7th as Isabel Romano steps up to the right of him over on 28 in the 7th, and that shot's just a pinch high, leaves the 4-pin, but a makeable spare for Isabel Romano. Her brother Joseph stepping up over on 27, far left-hand side of your screen. Wants to go to the Air Force Academy. Here he is in the 7th frame. Looks like he's throwing a DV8 Marauder Madness. So an open for Isabel in the 7th as she's unable to convert 4-pin, and Locke to the right of her leaves the 1-2-8-9, it looks like, from this angle. Romano Joseph unable to convert his spare as well. Madison Keys, far right-hand side of your screen, left the 1-2-4-10. Brian Locke. Actually, Anthony. They're twins, so I tend to get them confused. I got to double check, make sure who's wearing the shirt and who's wearing the blue shirt. And one of the twins, Anthony, got the spare. Nolan Hughes, shot off the mark, leaves the 1-2-4-8. Riggs over on lane 27, comes in a pinch light, leaves the 2-pin. Brian Locke says when he grows up, he wants to be an only child, so don't think that's going to quite happen. He's bowling with his twin brother. Brian is the two-hander. Aaron Carino, dark color shirt, khaki pants. To the right of him, wants to be a Florida Gator when he grows up. Here he is in the 7th, and that is flush in the pocket. Gets the 10-pin out, so a strike for Mr. Carino in the 7th. Locke covers up the 1-2. Riggs, left-hand side of your screen, covers up his spare, and far right-hand side of your screen, lane 30, is Dominic Rivero up in the 7th. And he leaves the 1-2-6-10. back over to the left, and Tyler Howard's up on 28, about center of your screen. And his pitch just doesn't get to the pocket and leaves the 2-8-10. Matt Morgan, he leaves the 1-3-7. Rivera looking to cover his spare, and he does just that. Far left-hand side, Isabel Romano drops all 10 in the 8th. Howard looking to cover up the 2-8-10 as covers up the 2-8. Matt Morgan, sophomore at Sanderson High School, is looking to try to cover up the 1-3-7. Said he wants to be a business owner. He just wants to make money is pretty much what he told me. He's got to make the spares to make money, especially in the PBA. Right-hand side is Anthony Locke. 8th frame, his shot off the mark. Joseph Romano in the 8th, lane 28. His shot comes in at a flat 10 as Madison Keys to the right of him. Her shot goes through the nose. She leaves a 3-6-10. Far left-hand side is Nolan Hughes. Kind of balked there on the start, but he doesn't start over. His pitch here in the 9th, and he gets all 10 to go. So a strike for him in the 9th frame. To the right of him was Joseph Romano looking to cover up the 10 pin, and he does just that. So spare for Romano in the 8th. Over to the right of him is Madison Keys trying to cover up her spare in the 8th, and she is unable to convert. And Riggs in the middle of your screen on 28 with a flush shot there in the 9th. Strike for him in the foundation frame is Aaron Carino to the right of him. Dark shirt, khaki pants. Looking to try to double up, and he is unable to. He leaves the 1-2-8. To the right of him is Matt Morgan. Morgan in the 8th frame. That one goes high. He leaves the 3-7. And Howard with an open in the 9th. Again, we're just getting to the end of game number 1, bowling 5 games of qualifying. Cut the field in half for the boys and girls. Speaking of the girls, there's Isabel Romano on 28. Matt Morgan unable to convert his spare over on the right-hand side, lane number 30. Aaron Carino looking to cover up his spare. And he's unable to. Far left-hand side is Joseph Romano. Romano up in the 9th. And that ball is a pinch inside of target, and he pays for it with a 3-4-6-7. Isabel. She has an open in the foundation frame. Dominic Rivera steps up to the right of her, and he is in the 8th frame. Shot goes high through the nose and leaves the 3 pin. Far right-hand side of your screen is Madison Keys. Keys on lane number 30 in the 9th frame, and she is unable to convert the spare. To the left of her is Dominic looking to convert the 3 pin, and he does just that. So a spare for Dominic Rivero in the 8th. Stepping up to the left of him is Nolan Hughes. Hughes in the 10th of game number 1. Pitch comes in light. Gets a good break, tripping out the 2 late. Only left with the 10 pin. Briggs left to him. Pulls that one inside of target and leaves the 1-3-6. Locke over on 29 leaves the 1-2-4. And to the right of Locke, looks like Mr. Carino, Aaron Carino, freshman at Leesville Road, is going to step up. So Carino up far right-hand side of your screen. Riggs, left-hand side of your screen. Carino goes high, trips out the 4 late. He's got a strike. Riggs covers up the spare there in the 10th. So one more shot for Ryan Riggs right here on 27. Looks like he's going back to his bag for a ball change here on his fill shot. Hughes looking to cover up the 10 pin. And a little body English there, and he's got a spare in the 10th. These bowlers are going to finish up and move 1 pair to the right. So we're getting to see guys on 27 and 28. We'll move over to 29 and 30, so you'll get to see them again. And then the bowlers over on 25 and 26 will come over to 27 and 28. Got Brian Locke, blue shirt, and that's high flush. Back-to-back jacks, 8th and 9th frames for Brian Locke. Hughes, final shot here of game number 1. That one goes a bit high. Riggs, his fill shot after a ball change. And he drops all 10. So good pitch there by Riggs to finish off. Looks like Nolan Hughes is going to finish with a $184. And Riggs, 149. So got Matt Morgan, light blue shirt, khaki pants. That shot's off the mark. Isabel Romano, far left-hand side of your screen. Just to the right of her on 28. Middle of your screen is Tyler Howard in the 10th. Howard's shot crosses over, and he leaves the 3-9. Isabel Romano leaves the 2-5, 2-4-5-8. Matt Morgan, 29. Got quite a few left for his spare, and Locke to the right of him. Lost that one off his hand. Romano and Morgan both up on the approach. Morgan covers his spare, and Romano is unable to convert. So looks like Isabel Romano is going to shoot 100 on the nose. Tyler Howard is unable to convert his spare, so he shoots 113. Madison Keys steps up on 29, dark shirt, khaki pants. She's in the 10th. And that ball's unable to get up to the target, up to the head pin. Anthony Locke to the right of her. And Romano to the left. Locke leaves the 3-6-10. And Romano leaves the same 3-6-10 and then add the 7 pin. So a tough spare for Romano to cover up. And Madison looking to cover up her spare as well in the 10th. Madison is unable to convert. And Romano covers the 3-6-10, 3-6-7-10, excuse me. And Locke converted his spare. Or excuse me, Locke did not convert his spare. Romano drops all 10 there in his fill shot, kind of throws his hands up. Wish I could have done that earlier. A long day, just one game down. Aaron Carino. And then Brian Locke to the right of him, looking to cover up the 1-2, and he does just that. Again, bowlers finishing up game 1. They'll move 1 pair to the right. Bowling 5 games before they have a cut. Carino looking to cover up the 1-2-4, and is unable to convert. So an open for him to finish off game number 1 with a 146. Brian Locke to the right of him. His fill shot off the mark. It looks like he is going to shoot 146 as well. Dominic Rivera leaves the 1-2-4-10 over on 29. As Matt Morgan, light blue shirt, khaki pants, is going to step up to the right of Dominic. So Rivero finishes with 143. Morgan with the strike there in the 10th frame. He's got a couple shots coming. Morgan leaves the 4-7. And Morgan covers up his spare. So he is going to finish with 136. So quick recap as the other pairs are finishing up. Over on 27 and 28, you got to watch Isabel Romano with a 100. Tyler Howard, 113. Ryan Riggs, 149. Joseph Romano, 164. And high on that pair was Nolan Hughes with a 184. Over on 29 and 30, saw Madison Keys with a 102. Then Dominic Rivera, Matt Morgan, 136. Dominic Rivera, 143. Brian Locke and Aaron Carino both shot 146. And Locke's twin, Anthony, shoots 141. Again, they're going to move one pair to the right, so you'll get to keep an eye on Nolan, Tyler, Joseph, Ryan, and Isabel. And then we'll have a new group of bowlers coming over to 27 and 28. While we've got a couple minutes, we'd like to mention that the junior gold team, Buffalo Lane's junior gold team, is having a fundraiser. We'd like to thank Tastefully Simple. Tastefully Simple has got all kinds of good, tasty stuff. They are actually helping us out with the fundraiser for the team. 30% of the proceeds from this Tastefully Simple show will go to the Buffalo Lane's junior gold team. We'd like to thank them for helping us out with the fundraiser. It was organized by a group of parents trying to help us out with fundraising, so that way we can provide good quality tournaments, cool looking shirts, and all kinds of stuff for our bowlers at Buffalo Lanes on the junior gold team and part of the junior gold program. Tastefully Simple actually gave us probably about $150 in actual items and gifts that we will go use to raise some more money as far as raffles throughout the season. That's one of our fundraisers that's new this year. Also, Krispy Kreme donuts. Every year, the junior gold team partners with Krispy Kreme to sell donuts and donut coupons. So they've got that fundraiser coming up very soon. Again, we'd like to thank Krispy Kreme for helping us out with fundraising for these boys and girls. So next time you're out and about, see if the hot light's on. There's actually an app that'll tell you if the hot light's on at the Krispy Kreme closest to you. So that's just a couple of the fundraisers that we do during the year. We do all kinds of stuff to try to help raise some money for the team to, again, cover most of the cost of the program. not all of the costs are covered completely, and we thank Bill Buffaloe, Johnny Buffaloe, Ricky Buffaloe, the Buffaloe brothers. They own the Buffalo Lanes centers, and they actually kick in some money to help cover some of the cost when we go to the national tournament and these guys and girls win spots. Buffalo Lanes actually covers those spots. It's $200 per spot in the U15 and U20 divisions. In the U12 divisions, it's $100 a spot. Last year, we took just under 40 bowlers to the national tournament in Buffalo. And for the first time ever, we had 4 bowlers that made the cut. So it was definitely a good year there. One of the bowlers, Corey Smith, she actually made the second cut, which was the highest we've had as far as a bowler from the Junior Gold team and program. She's actually a freshman this year at A&T. So, and she is participating with their bowling team. So she's actually here today competing in the tournament. Also like to thank Gemini Shirts. They work with us as far as our Junior Gold shirt. We designed the shirt and they print it for us. Last year's shirts were these cool green ones that you see several of the kids wearing. And bowlers are waiting for everybody else to finish so we can keep them all on pace, and then we'll start game number 2. But Gemini Shirts helps us with the shirts, and they give us a good deal there for our team, just supporting youth bowling and what we do here at Buffalo Lane. So a big shout out to them. I'd like to thank all the pro shops. Strike It Rich Pro Shop by Rich Horsley out in Cary. Striking Results by Greg Helms here at Buffalo South and in Buffalo Irwin. And Rolex Pro Shop out at Buffalo Lanes North. All of them are going to be sponsors this year on the new shirts that have been ordered. We're just waiting to get those in. So I'd like to thank all the pro shops for their help, the coaching staff and all the staff at Buffalo South today, and the staff at all the other centers that help with the program, help with communications. Several coaches here today. I can see Dan Moore in the house, Ryan Woodard, the head coach. Melissa Morrow is here as well. Christy Helms. I saw Butch Zedler in the house. He had back surgery not too long ago, but he is up and about, and he is here supporting a lot of the bowlers that he helps coach. Trying to see. I can't see any other coaches at this point from my vantage point, but I'm sure there may be some others here, and if I missed them, I apologize. But again, couldn't do it without the coaches, and definitely could not do it without the parents. Parents are a huge part of the Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold program. Again, a new group of bowlers over here on 27 and 28. Guys and girls from 27 and 28 went to 29 and 30 for game number 2. Far left-hand side of your screen, you see Caleb Baker. Caleb, you see 1369. So let's go ahead and get you introduced to these guys and girls. This is Isabel Hughes. You saw her brother over on 27 and 28 in game number 1. There she is for game number 2, following her brother. To the left of her is going to be Haley Ligon stepping up. Ligon actually has been bowling and made the national tournament several years in a row, but last year hurt her right arm, right wrist, and she has actually switched over and is bowling lefty. She's scheduled to have surgery probably during her Christmas break, but she will not be bowling right-handed at all this year. Picked up lefty during the summer months and has been practicing, and she's in her first tournament for junior gold as a lefty. Isabel covers her spare. Ligon looking to cover up the 5-pin. So someone has started bowling out of an 8-for-8 program, learned to bowl right-handed, and now has completed a transition over to the left side, and definitely a good place to start and learn how to bowl and get some help is the 8-for-8 programs offered at all of the Buffalo Lanes locations. Check with your center or the center closest to you to find out when the next one starts. Also offer other ball clubs and learn to bowl classes at all of the Buffalo Lanes locations. These are opportunity to get a bowling ball that is drilled to fit your hand, plus get a little bit of coaching and instruction to help you get on your way to being a great bowler. I offer them for adults as well, so any of you parents out there looking to try to better your game or maybe get into bowling so you can do something with your kids, love to have you out. Caleb Baker goes through the nose, leaves the 3-pin. Taylor McDaniel steps up to the left of Caleb, looking to try to cover up the 4-7-10. Tough split, and she is unable to convert that. So game 2 of competition. Again, 5 games before we make the cut. Again, Haley Ligon, freshman at Meredith College. And her shot goes high. She leaves the 6-10. Isabel Hughes, a freshman at Leesville High School, unable to convert the spare there in the 3rd frame, so an open for her in the 3rd. Going to kind of focus on 27 and 28 for probably a half of the first game, or half of this game, before bringing in the lane to the pair to the right. Ligon covers her spare, and Stephen Croft, a junior at Millbrook, his shot crosses over and doesn't get the 6-pin to go, so leaves the 6-pin. Cody McDaniel over on the right-hand side of him in lane 28 started with a double. Here is his shot in the 3rd. Looks like he going the Grease Monkey by Radical, and that one comes back from way outside and leaves the 3-pin. Croft looking to cover up the 6 and unable to convert. So an open there for Croft. McDaniel last year was in the U12 division, and he was one of the bowlers that made the cut at the national tournament. So he made the cut and advanced to the qualifier round, but did not make the next cut. And McDaniel covers his spare in the third. So back-to-back jacks and then a spare to start off game number 2. Kayla Baker, freshman, Heritage High School, wants to go to Michigan, wants to play a Wolverine. His shot here in the third, bit off the target, and he leaves the 210. Taylor steps up to the right of him. Tay, or T as she likes to be called, 7th grader at Franklin Academy. That one just a little bit off the mark, and she's got a chance to cover it up. The first, Caleb Baker, looking to try to cover up with the 210 split. There gets the 2. So an open for Baker in the third. McDaniel looking for her first mark here in the third, if she can cover this up, and she is unable to convert. So 3 straight opens for McDaniel. Taylor McDaniel, that is. Haley Ligon, 27. Now Isabel Hughes to the right of her, 28. She wants to be an architect. She enjoys drawing and painting. Did not like that one off her hand, but she gets a good 8 count there, leaving just the 1-5. Right of her, Tyler Howard covers up the 3-6, so a spare for Howard in the fourth. So you had an open, spare, strike, spare. Ligon, far left-hand side of your screen. White pants, lefty, and unable to convert the spare, so an open for her in the fourth. Hughes looking to cover up the 1-5 here in the fourth. And she does just that. So a spare for Isabel. Cody Mack. His shot high and just leaves the 7-pin. As his buddy Steve-O steps up to the right of him. Interesting fact about Steve is that put on a sheet that he likes cheese. Pretty much loves cheese, as he drops all 10 there in the fourth. So a random fact about Stephen Croft, he likes cheese. McDaniel unable to convert the 7-pin. Kayla Baker in the fourth. Off the mark, leads to 1-3, 8-10. Taylor McDaniel steps up to the left of him. And pitching it out there. Again, they're bowling on a short 33-foot oil pattern called Sydney. Big thing with this pattern is you definitely have to get your feet out to the gutter and play the lanes as straight as possible, because the ball will hook. When you throw it out there and try to pitch it to the gutter, just don't have a lot of margin for error. And Baker almost covers the spare. McDaniel looking to try to cover hers up. And she does just that. So a spare for McDaniel in the fourth. Ryan Riggs stepping up on the pair to the right of them. 29 in the fifth frame. Yeah, that's a bit off the mark. Leaves the 1, 2, 4, 10. I got Hughes, but first it's Ligon. Ligon steps up right in front of our camera position. She's up in the fifth frame. Left of her is Isabel Hughes in the fifth as well. Good pitch there by Isabel, and she rings the 10 pin. So a ring and 10 for Isabel. Again, we'd like to thank everybody that has jumped on to watch our live streaming coverage from Buffalo Lane South of the first Junior Gold tournament of the season for the Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold team. And we're broadcasting over a limited network, so if we have feed drops out or if you notice some breakup, we apologize, and we'll try to get the feed back up and running as soon as possible. So bear with us. And you're watching some of the best boys and girls from Buffalo Lanes. Stephen Croft doubles up in the 4th and 5th frames. Just to the left of Haley Ligon that stepped up on 28. And a good pitch there. Right of her, Isabel Romano looking to cover up her spare on 29. Unable to convert. Far left-hand side of your screen, Caleb Baker. And to the right of him, Cody McDaniel after an open, missing a 7-pin in the 4th. His shot here in the 5th. And that is flush. A 10-pin party in the pit for Cody McDaniel. Caleb Baker looking to try to cover up his spare. Haley Ligon, 27, goes high, leaves a 6-7. To the right of her is Taylor McDaniel. She's unable to convert her spare. Right of Taylor is Cody Howard, looking to try to double up here in the 6th frame. Ligon looking to try to cover up the 6-7. To the right of her is Isabel Hughes. Hughes. Shot in the 6th through the nose, leave the 3-6. Right of her is Tyler Howard looking to cover up the 3-6, 9-10, and unable to convert, leaving the 10-pin. Far left-hand side of your screen, Cody McDaniel up in the 6, trying to double up. And he does just that, gets the 7-pin out. Last time he left a 7-pin back in the 4th on that lane. And Cody's younger sister, Taylor McDaniel, drops all 10 there in the 6th. Steve-O, his shot off the mark. He's got a mess there in the 6th after a double. Joseph Romano to the right of him, looking to try to cover up the 3-6-10, and he does just that as he covers his mouth because he thought he had chopped that one. Far right-hand side of your screen is Tyler Howard. He's stepping up in the 7th, had an open in the 6th. Howard, lane 30. Isabel drops all 10. Howard shot a bit off the mark. Stephen Croft covers up the other half of those pins there in the 6th. Ryan Riggs over on 29 has some footing issues at the line. He leaves the 5-6. Howard to the right of him, Baker to the left of him. Howard unable to convert to spare, so back-to-back opens for Howard. Baker, his shot in the pocket, gets all 10 to go. So a strike for Caleb Baker in the 6th. Looked like he finally got his feet to the right and changed his angle. Again, and a short oil pattern, tend to want to play out towards the ditch, play as straight as possible. The ball's got plenty of lane to hook after it comes out of the pattern. Stephen Croft over on 27, the left-hand side of your screen. That goes high. He leaves a 4-pin. Isabel Romano over on 29. And she misses the head pin to the left, leaves the 1-3-6. Her brother is going to step up to the right of her. But first, Haley Ligon steps up to the left of Isabel. So Ligon on 28. Joseph on 30, both going at the same time. Ligon leaves the 5-8. Romano leaves the 1-2-4-6-10. The other Romano looking to cover up the 1-3-6. Seven-pin miss for McDaniel there in the 7th. Right of him, Tyler Howard stepping up in the 8th. That ball never gets to the head pin. He leaves the 1-2-4-7. So in the U12 division, we will have one spot, one winner for the spot to go to the National Junior Gold Tournament in July in Chicago. In the girls tournament, we will have 4 spots up for grabs today to the tournament, the national tournament. And in the boys division, we will have 7 spots available. So we're going to send a total from these tournaments today. We'll have 12 bowlers that will receive their entry spot paid for by Buffalo Lanes to the National Junior Gold Tournament this year in Chicago, July 11th through the 17th. Again, we've got 3 tournaments, all being run simultaneously. The U12 tournament, which is combined boys and girls. The boys tournament, which is a separate tournament for anybody over 12 but under 20. And the girls tournament, again, over 12 and under 20 are all together. We had a good turnout. We had 34 boys, 15 girls, and 3 U12 bowlers today. So a good turnout today for the first Junior Gold Tournament of the season. You're watching live streaming coverage from Buffalo Lanes South in Garner, North Carolina. In game number 2 of what will be the first 5 games before we cut the field. Then we'll bowl 5 games, cut the field in half. In the boys tournament, 5 games, cut the field in half. In the girls tournament, they will each bowl 3 more games to determine the final placement. Again, 4 girls, 7 boys, and 1 U12 will receive spots to the National Junior Gold Tournament in Chicago after today. So we're in the 8th and 9th frames of game number 2. Taylor McDaniel up in the 8th on 27. Her shot crosses over and goes Brooklyn, and she gets the 9 pin to come forward, so a strike for her in the 8th. Caleb Baker drops all 10. So a turkey for Caleb. Strikes 6, 7 frames. Isabel leaves the 2-7. Isabel 77. Her brother Nolan Hughes over on 29 about step up in the 10th frame. He's got turkey strikes 7th, 8th, and 9th frames. Nolan's sister Isabel in the 9th, unable to convert the 2-7. Right of her is Haley Ligon. Ligon up in the 9th. Again, Ligon's first year as a lefty. Stephen Croft, left-hand side of your screen. Nolan Hughes over on 29 in the 10th, and that shot goes high. He leaves the 3-6, 9-10. Caleb Baker has a turkey up in the 9th. Shot goes Brooklyn, and he drops all 10. So a ham bone for Mr. Caleb Baker with a little sheepish smile back there as he goes Brooklyn for 4 in a row. Taylor McDaniel to the right of him, mixes them up and leaves the 4-7. Nolan Hughes, step up to the right of her. And Hughes looking to cover up the 3-6, 9-10. Unable to convert, so an open for him in the 10th. Hughes is going to finish with a 178. Shot 184 his first game over on 27 and 28. Again, this is a very low scoring pace with this pattern. This is one of the toughest sport patterns that these guys and girls bowl on. So their scoring pace will be low for this, and spares will be key. Left-hand side of your screen, Haley Ligon stepping up in the 10th. And a pretty good pitch there. She leaves the 1-3. Tyler Howard up in the 10th over on 29, leaves a 1-3-9. Isabel Hughes to the left of him, up in the 10th. And Hughes' shot is off the mark. Howard looking to cover up his spare. Unable to convert, so he's going to shoot 131. Ligon unable to convert her spare. Joseph Urbano. He drops all 10. Isabel Hughes. Isabel Hughes finishes with a 138. And these bowlers are finishing up game number 2. They're going to move one pair to the right. So the guys and girls over on 27 are going to go over to 29. As Joseph Romano looking to try to double up and unable to convert. McDaniel working on a double. Here's a shot here in the 10th. Pulled inside the target, and he leaves a 4-7. Stephen Croft to the right of him in the 10th. And that ball hits flat and leaves the 8-10. So a bad break for Croft is leaving the 8-10. And Joseph Romano unable to convert his spare. He is going to shoot 134. Croft unable to convert. He shoots 144. Caleb Baker's got a ham bone. His shot here in the 10th doesn't get to the head pin. It looks like McDaniel shot 200 on the nose. Taylor McDaniel about to finish up. Has Caleb Baker. He finishes up with a 168. Daniel covers her spare. Wrapping up game number 2. 5 games, cut the fields in half. Bowl 3 games. Except for the U12, they will bowl 2 to determine the winners of the spots to go to the National Junior Gold Tournament. Again, we'll have 1 winner. 1 winner in the U12 division. And then we're going to have 4 girls and 7 boys that will receive spots from today's tournament. As Taylor McDaniel finishes up, she's in the U12 division. She shoots 116. So again, game number 2 in the books. Haley Ligon, 87. Taylor McDaniel, 116. Stephen Croft, 144. Isabel Hughes, 138. Caleb, 168. And high on the pair is Cody McDaniel. Shoots 200 on the nose. That's the highest game so far today on the TV pair. Moving over to 29 and 30. You saw Nolan Hughes shoot 178. Ryan Riggs, 123. Tyler Howard, 131. Isabel Romano, 87. Joseph Romano, her brother, shoots 134. Again, Ligon, McDaniel, Hughes, Croft, and Baker will move over to 29 and 30. And we've got some new bowlers coming over to the TV pair. Coming over to the TV pair, we're going to have Grace Stahl, Caitlin Upchurch, Mikey Neal, Sean Carson, Brian McLeod, and Dylan Hardesty. Those are the next group of bowlers that are coming over to the TV pair, 27 and 28. Again, they are coming over. To start game number 3 on the TV pair. And we're going to focus on 27 and 28 since these are the new bowlers coming over. And the bowlers that were on 27 and 28 moved over to 29 and 30, who are right. First up is Grace Stahl. Grace Stahl starting it off on 27, excuse me. Grace attends Durant Middle School. And Sean Carson to the right of her started off on 28 with a strike. Sean wants to be an automotive tech or a civil engineer. Going to be attending Wake Tech. And Stoll is unable to convert her spare. And Brian McLeod's going to step up on 28 here in a second. McLeod out of Buffalo Lanes Irwin, a freshman at Triton High School. Wants to go to Duke University. And he's got all 10 in the pit. And Caitlin Upchurch to the left of him in the all black. Her shot a little bit left to target as she looks back and gets some coaching from her grandfather, Robert Way. Caitlin, a 6th grader at Calvary Education Center, enjoys singing and bowling. Wants to attend a film school, the Art Institute of Chicago. So open for her to start off game number 3. As Dylan Hardesty steps up to the right of her. Dylan looking to try to cover up the 4 pin. So Hardesty unable to convert the 4 pin. And now Mikey Neal wants to go to the Ohio State University. 7th grader at Rollsville Middle. His first shot with the deviate. Diva drops all 10, so a strike for Mikey Neal in the first as Grace Stahl steps up to the right of him. Grace with an open in the first. Grace shot crosses over and just leaves the 3-pin. Grace enjoys playing the clarinet. She wants to learn to play the guitar, plays the piano a little bit, but wants to get better. Sean Carson, after a strike in the first, his shot here in the second of game number 3. That one's well inside a target, leaves to 1-3-6. Stoll looking to cover up the spare, and she didn't like that off her hand, so in the back-to-back opens for her. Caitlin Upchurch steps up. Again, 11 years old. She enjoys playing softball. But she is good at skateboarding. Said she couldn't beat her grandfather at bowling. He's a pretty good bowler, but she said she could probably beat her grandmother, but I'm not supposed to tell anybody that one. Her shot here in the second. A little bit off the mark. And Sean Carson with an open in the second. Brian McLeod's getting ready to step up on 27, just to the left of Caitlin. Caitlin still trying to get lined up here in the third game. This is her first year on the junior gold team. Brian McLeod stepping up, had a strike in the first. He wants to be a pro bowler. McLeod shot a bit off the mark. Mikey Neal steps up over on 28. Second shot, or second frame here. The shot's a little off the mark. He wants to say hi to Aunt Jolene out in California. So some West Coast watchers out there. Aunt Jolene, a big hello from Mikey Neal. Also, he's got a shout out to Nana watching from home. So a shout out to Nana and Aunt Jolene out in California. I'd like to thank you all and everyone else that has joined us for this live streaming coverage from Buffalo Lane South. Watching Mikey Neal. He's up, looking to cover up the 1-5-7. Gets the 1-7, leaving the 5-pin, so an open for him in the second frame there. So Dylan Hardesty stepping up. Wants to go to UNC, be a dentist. His shot high, flush in the pocket. He's got a strike in the second frame, so a good shot there by Dylan Hardesty. Sean Carson bowling out of Buffalo Lane's carry this year. Had a strike in the first frame on this lane. His shot here in the third. Crosses over. He leaves the 5-pin. Emma Stoll. Excuse me, Grace Stoll. And Grace's shot doesn't get to the head pin. Leaves the 1-2-4-10. Again, those of you watching at home, if you want to shoot us a tweet, you can go at Buffalo Lanes, and we're going to keep an eye on that Twitter feed. So that way we can see what's going on. Hopefully we'll have some standings here from tournament directors Christy Helm and Melissa Morrow. Carson unable to convert his spare, as Grace Stahl is unable to convert hers as well. Hopefully have some standings again. 5 games, then we cut the fields in half. As Caitlin Upchurch steps up, came back, got a little bit of coaching from Mr. Robert Way, her grandfather. And that shot crosses over. Just leaves the 9-pin. A much better shot there for Caitlin. Right of her is Brian McLeod. Almost going to have a backdoor strike, and he doesn't get the head pin to go. Upchurch trying to convert her spare, and ball hooks a little bit, even though it was a plastic ball. Again, we're on a short oil pattern, 33 feet, so everything's going to hook a little bit. Spares are the name of the game today. So scoring pace will be low. You've seen from the first couple games. So far, leading on the TV pair has been a 200 game. Saw that last game. Mikey Neal steps up in the third. And the DV8 Diva Pearl is flush in the pocket, rings a 10-pin. Dylan Hardesty to the right of him, looking to try to double up with his DV8 Misfit. And a good pitch there. 4-pin goes to the wall and just lays on the 7-pin. So it's got a single pin spare. Try to convert. Neal looking to try to convert the 10-pin. Hardesty trying to convert the 7-pin. And Neal pulls that spare shot, so an open for him in the third. Hardesty covers up the single pin, so a spare for him in the third. Stoll's shot in the fourth. Bit to the right. The headband, she leaves D1-2-4. Sean Carson stepping up in the fourth. Back-to-back open second and third frames. Looking to get back on track after missing a single pin there in the third. A good pitch there. He mixes them up, and he's got a strike in the 10th. Butch Sedler back here giving him some words of encouragement, a little clap. And Grace Stoll with the spare there in the fourth frame. So a spare for her. Her first mark of game number 3 comes in the fourth frame in the form of a spare. And Butch Sedler coaching a lot of the bowlers out of Buffalo Lanes Cary. Butch had back surgery, so he's out here supporting the team. Caitlin Upchurch over on 28, and her shot's left of target. As Brian McLeod waits, he's going to step up on 27. He went strike, single pin miss. And again, scoring pace is going to be low today because they're on Sydney, which is a low scoring pattern. So spares are going to be crucial. And he liked that one. A little fist pump there as he drops all 10 in the fourth frame. And Caitlin Upchurch with her first mark of game number 3, a spare there in the fourth. Again, 5 games of bowling before we cut the field. Mike Neal stepping up on 28. And a good pitch there. He drops all 10, so a strike for him in the fourth. Dylan Hardesty does not like that one off his hand, but crosses over, going Brooklyn, and leaves just the 10-pin. So a good break there for Hardesty. Sean Carson. Carson about to step up in the 5th, looking to try to double up. And a good pitch there. He doubles up. So back-to-back jacks for Carson. Hardesty covering up the single pin, making it look easy. So back-to-back spares for Dylan Hardesty. Carson, back-to-back strikes. Grace Stahl going to step up here in the 5th in the red shirt. She had a spare in the 4th. So Stahl in the 5th. Shot left to target. She did not like that one off her hand as she turns her back almost immediately as she lets that one go. Now Brian McLeod steps up to the right of her in the green Buffalo Lane shirt from last season. Yeah, their shirts for this year's team or this season have been ordered from Gemini. I'd like to thank them for doing our shirts for us. This year's shirt design is primarily a yellow color. Still looking to try to cover the spare, and she is unable to convert. As Brian McLeod steps up on 28, looking to go back to back. That one comes in way light, and he leaves the 2-4-5-7. Caitlin Upchurch, after a spare in the 4th, her shot here in the 5th. Shot goes through the nose, but leaves a 6-pin. McLeod covers up his spare. Upchurch looking to cover up the single pin. Unable to convert the 6-pin. Hardesty stepping up in the 5th. Pulls that one. So standings through 2 games. Currently in game number 3, Grace Stahl leads the U12 division. She is at -160. Isabel Romano behind her in 2nd, and Caitlin Upchurch, is in 3rd for the U12 division. In the girls tournament, Kendall Bigley is tied with Corey Smith at -88 for the top spot. Isabel Hughes is in 3rd, -91. Julia Hayes 4th, -104. Caroline White 5th, -116. Nicole Miller 6th, -136. Tiffany Stansel, one more stick behind her, -137. And Rory Kreck is 8th currently and is the cut in the girls tournament as of right now at -141. Emma Stull is about 7 sticks out of the cut. And then you have Hannah Williams, Taylor McDaniel, Kaylin Belo, Haley Ligon, and Evie Loop. Over in the boys portion of the tournament, Cody McDaniel's your leader. He is at -34. Matt Feltz in 2nd at -37. Nolan Hughes in 3rd at -38. Nick Cinsprano in 4th at -48. Tevin Barr -64 in 5th. Alex Dodds -71.6. Brian Levine 7th at -73. TJ Raleigh -79 in 8th. Lee Clevenger, Brian McLeod. Lee Clevenger's at -84. Brian McLeod at -86. Cody Cunningham -88. In 12th, Nick Maganero -92. Caleb Baker's in 13th at -100. Anthony Locke is at -101. Tyler Patridge and Joseph Romano are tied at -102 for 15th. Dominic Rivero in 17th at -103. And Brian Locke, currently the cut for the boys, at -104. Just outside of the cut, Stephen Croft, Matt Morgan, Aaron Carino, J.C. Gunther, Brian Argnus, Bryce Poole, Philip Boynton, Ryan Riggs, Sean Carson, Mikey Neal, Tyler Howard, Matthew Hannon, Amir Green, Zach Sharp, Dylan Hardesty, and Anthony Still round out the standings in the boys tournament. Getting back to the action. Mikey Neal up in the 6th on lane 28. And he drops all 10. So a strike for Mikey Neal. Brian McLeod looking to cover up the 1-2 4-10. And unable to convert that spare. Right now, currently in game number 3 of 5 games of qualifying before we cut in each of the tournaments. Sean Carson. I'd like to thank all those guys over at Buffalo Lanes North watching the Junior Gold feed. Looks like David Cradle and a few others are over there watching the live streaming coverage over at Buffalo Lanes North on the youth wall. Kyle Burns tweeting us a picture. Again, if you'd like to shoot us a message, just put it at Buffalo Lanes, and we'll see it pop up in our Twitter feed, and that way we can let you know, answer your questions. Parents, grandparents, anybody watching, you want to know what place your favorite bowler is, just tweet us a message up there, and we'll try to answer your question and keep an eye on it. Again, lots of cool stuff here. Hitting the 7th frame here of game number 3. Brian McLeod up in the 7th. That shot crosses over. Grace Stoll up in the 7th. Again, your leader in the girls tournament is Kendall Bigley. She is actually tied with Corey Smith for the lead. In the U12 is Grace Stahl. Grace is up in the red shirt over on lane 27 on the TV pair. In the boys tournament, as Brian McLeod covers up his spare, Grace steps up to the left of him. In the boys tournament, Cody McDaniel is leading by 3 sticks over Matt Phelps. And 2 games in the books. They're currently in game number 3. So a lot going on here from Buffalo Lane South in Garner, North Carolina. Dylan Hardesty ringing a 10-pin. Caitlin Upchurch struck in the 6th. Her shot here in the 7th. And a good pitch there. So back-to-back jacks for Caitlin Upchurch. Must have been the cookie she's coming back to snack on. So the cookie gets her a couple strikes. Dylan Hardesty looking to cover up his spare. And he does just that. So a spare for Hardesty. Taylor McDaniel over on 29, up in the 7th frame, covers up her spare. Mikey Neal stepping up on 27, left-hand side of your screen. Had a strike in the 6th, his shot here in the 7th. And a flat 10 there in the 7th as Grace steps up to the right of him, and not happy with that one as soon as it came off her hand. And Isabel Hughes over on 29, crosses over. So Neal covers his spare. Grace Stahl looking to cover up her spare here in the 8th. She is unable to convert. Sean Carson stepping up in the 8th. Carson had an open back in the 7th. Steps up here in the 8th. Pulls that one left to target as Kaylin Upchurch steps up to the right of him. She's got 2 in a row and misses that one out to the right. And Carson converts to spare. McLeod up in the 8th. And he mixes them up. He's got himself a strike. Mike Neal steps up in the 8th over on 28. And he gets all 10 there. Bob Werner in the house. Big bowler here at Buffalo Lane South, coming out to support the guys and girls. He bowls on this shot on Monday night and Tuesday. Not quite as easy as it looks, or as easy as these guys and girls are making it look. Another reinforcement. Bob says you definitely got to make your spares. Definitely have to make the spares. And spares aren't even that easy on this. Sean Carson shot a bit off the mark. Dylan Hardesty almost covers his spare. Yeah, wrapping up. We're getting close to wrapping up game number 3. Grace Stoll currently came into game number 3 as your leader of the U12 division. Struggling a little bit here in game number 3. Cody McDaniel with a turkey. Strikes in the 7th, 8th, and 9th frames. That strike there on 29. Caleb Baker looking to cover up the spare to the right of him and he's unable to convert, so an open for Baker in the 9th. Brian McLeod stepping up on 28th, working on a strike. His shot here in the 9th. And he drops all 10. He's got that little signature kind of half fist pump after he likes a shot and lets it go. Stole shot through the nose. Mikey Neal coming back here by the camera position, checking things out. Hardesty stepping up in the 9th, lane 28. This is out to the right. Upchurch in the foundation frame over on the far left-hand side of your screen. Good pitch there, pinch high, leaves the 4-7. And thank everybody. I'd like to definitely thank everybody for watching. Live streaming coverage from Buffalo Lanes South in Garner, North Carolina. This is the first tournament of the year for the Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold team. It's the first of 4. This is a single-day tournament as Caitlin Upchurch converts her spare there in the 9th. We'll do 2 single-day tournaments, 2 two-day tournaments. We'll have 1 premier tournament that's a single day and 1 premier tournament that's a 2-dayer. Those premier tournaments, those winners will receive up to $1,000 in travel expenses to help them go to Chicago this year for the Junior Gold Tournament. Mikey Neal goes Brooklyn in the 9th, so back-to-back jacks for Mikey Neal. Grace Stahl looking to finish up game number 3. Again, last year there were just under 40 kids from Buffalo Lanes traveled all the way to Buffalo, New York for the Junior Gold Championships. 4 of our bowlers actually made the cut, and 1 of them made the second cut in the girls. That was Corey Smith. She's actually bowling today, and I can't see how far down she is. So I'm not sure if she's going to make it all the way down to the TV pair before our cut. And Upchurch goes through the nose, leaves a 6-10. Isabel Hughes to the right of her, finishing up game number 3. And Hughes covers up the spare. So a good game there by Isabel Hughes as she shoots 204. Sean Carson struck first ball of the 10th, his second shot of the 10th right here. And Caitlin Upchurch to the right of him looking to cover up the spare. And she does just that. Little flinch back here from her grandfather, Robert. I think that may have helped that ball slide a little further down. Stephen Croft steps up to the right of Caitlin. Shot off the mark. Cody McDaniel shoots 235. So your leader shoots 235 over on 29 and 30. So big game there for McDaniel. Again, he was the leader through 2 games at minus 34. He shot 166 game 1, 200 game 2, and now 235 for game 3. Upchurch is going to finish with a 105. And Carson is going to finish with a 148. McLeod working on a double on lane number 27. So McLeod is McLeod first to go. 27. Mikey Neal's going to be up on 28. And over to the right of him is Stephen Croft, his fill ball here of game number 3. High flush of power strike there as he drops all 10. He's going to shoot 173. McLeod 3 in a row. Neal's shot hangs out outside of target. Caleb Baker over on 29, black pants, orange belt, and his shot goes through the nose. He leaves a 6-10. Mikey Neal looking to cover up his spare. McLeod covers his spare. So Brian McLeod's going to shoot 179. Dylan Hardesty finished with a Oops, Mikey finished with the 151 as Hardesty is actually on the approach. And Kayla Baker is going to finish with a 163. The bowlers finishing up game number 3. And Hardesty is going to shoot 137. So he opens there in the 10th. So quick recap of 27 and 28. Grace Stahl shoots 77. Caitlin Upchurch 105. Dylan Hardesty 137. Sean Carson 148. Mikey Neal 151. And Brian McLeod 179. Over to the right of them on 29 and 30. Haley Ligon 111. Taylor McDaniel 134. Kayla Baker 163. Stephen Croft 173. Isabel Hughes shoots 204. And Cody McDaniel, so far another big game for him, shoots 235. He was your leader in the boys tournament coming into game number 3. So 205 should help out, or excuse me, 235 should help out quite a bit. Moving one pair to the right. You're going to have Hannah Williams, TJ Riley, Julia Hayes, Matt Feltz, Brian Levine, and Emma Stahl are stepping over to 27 and 28. You got Grace Stahl, Sean Carson, Caitlin Upchurch, Brian McLeod, Mikey Neal, and Dylan Hardesty are moving over to 29 and 30. So we're going to focus on 27 and 28 again with Hannah Williams, TJ Riley, Julia Hayes, Matt Feltz, Brian Levine, and Emma Stahl. TJ back here chatting with one of his coaches, Butch Sedler. Butch coaches out of Buffalo Lane's Cary. Very good bowler in his own right. Get all the bowlers' weight before they start, so that way we can keep them all on pace.
Diagram and everything.
Got Fayetteville State's bowling coach here, kind of checking out the action.
Let me step back.
See, you don't even have to drive. Don't worry about it this time.
So game number 4 underway. Matt Phelps leaves the 2-pin. Matt Phelps, Buffalo Lane Cary, second year at App State. And Hannah Williams, her first pitch of game number 4. Phelps with the brain ball. Covers the spare up, no problem. Definitely one of the coolest looking spare balls out here. The brain bowling ball, clear. It's got a replica of a brain inside of it. Definitely makes you think. Definitely got to think on your spares. Spares are a huge part of the game. Hannah Williams looking to try to cover up her spare. And unable to convert. Brian Levine steps up to the left of her on 27. Levine, a freshman at Campbell University. His shot crosses over. He leaves the 6'10". Levine now bowling out of Buffalo Lane's Irwin. So he's down there at Campbell University. TJ Riley, junior out of Cary High School. His first pitch here in game number 4. Pulled that one inside of target. Again, that short oil pattern, not much room for error, especially when you miss left. Ball is going to take off and hook. Not much room to the right either if you're playing that ditch. Seen quite a few of those go in the ditch today on the TV pair. Raleigh looking to cover up his spare. Unable to convert as Emma Stoll steps up to the left on lane 27, throwing a mastermind, and it is mastered right into the pocket there for a strike for Emma Stoll. Over on 28, got Julia Hayes stepping up here in game number 4, first frame. Julia was one of those bowlers that went to the National Junior Gold Tournament last year. Ball just didn't come off the spot, leaves the 2-4-10. Anna Williams to the left of her. And a shot pulled right at target. Hayes looking to cover up her spare. Unable to convert, gave it a good run. Gets the 2-4, gets the count. Williams all takes off, and back-to-back opens for her to start off game number 4. Hannah also got to make the trip up to Buffalo last year. Her first trip to the national tournament. Matt Phelps, red shirt, almost dead center of your screen. Here he is in the second frame. And high flush drops all 10. TJ Raleigh just to the left of him. And the messenger comes across after he crosses over, gets the 6-pin out, so a strike for him. Good break there. Butch Sedler back here giving him a golf clap. Definitely got to take those breaks when you can get them on this pattern. This is a tough oil pattern, probably one of the toughest these guys and girls will bowl on. Julia Hayes stepping up second frame, left-hand side of your screen. Hayes bowls out of Buffalo lanes north and south. These bowlers try to bowl at multiple centers just to get used to different conditions, different bowling centers. Brian Levine misses out to the right, leaves the 1-2-9. Hayes left the 3-9. One of our new coaches this year in the house is John Walsh. He's down there talking with one of our former Junior Gold members that aged out and also made the cut last year at the national tournament, Corey Cadell. Corey Cadell is actually coming back and going to help out with some coaching duties this year on the team. Hayes unable to convert to spare, and Levine unable to convert his spare as well. So open for Levine and an open for Hayes. Emma Stahl stepping up. Emma was in 9th, just outside of the cut after 2 games. Shot crosses over, she leaves the 5-pin. Melissa Morrow and Christy Helms, tournament directors, are handling all the scoring duties for the tournament, and will hopefully have me some standings here in a little bit. Matt Phelps leaves the 3-6-10. Five games, then we cut the field in half in each of the divisions. They'll bowl 3 more games, except for the U12 division, they'll only bowl 2. Stoll covers the spare, so strike spare for Stoll to start. Phelps, no issue there. Spare, strike, spare to start off game number 4. Oh, Hannah Williams open there in the third. Emma Stahl crossing over with the Brunswick Mastermind for a strike for Stahl to start game number 4. TJ Raleigh looking to try to capitalize on the best strike in the second. The shot here in the third. Shot goes high, leaves the 3-10. All right, standings through 3. In the U12 division, Grace Stahl is still your leader at -283. Isabella Romano in second at -295. And Caitlin Upchurch in third. All right, looking at the standings in the girls tournament. Your leader is Isabel Hughes. Isabel's at -87. She had a 204 last game, so definitely helped her take over the top spot from Kendall Bigley. Kendall in second at -118. Corey Smith in third at -125. Rory Kreck in fourth. Caroline White fifth. Tiffany Stansel sixth. Julia Hayes in seventh. And currently the cut is Nicole Miller, tied with Hannah Williams at -211. Then we've got Emma Stahl, Taylor McDaniel, Kaylin Belo, Madison Keys, Evie Loop, and Haley Ligon. In the boys tournament, boys, Cody McDaniel is still the leader. He is at +1. Nolan Hughes in second at -50. Tevin Barr third at -63. Nick Sensoprano at -69 in fourth. Matt Phelps in fifth at -75. Brian Levine sixth. Joseph Romano seventh. Brian McLeod eighth. Lee Clevenger ninth. TJ Raleigh in 10th at -121. Cody Cunningham 11th. Nick Maganera 12th. Caleb Baker 13th. Stephen Croft 14th. Bryce Poole 15th. Brian Argnus is 16th. Anthony Locke 17th. And currently in the cut position is Alex Dodds. He's at -154. Just one stick out of the cut is Matt Morgan. Then Brian Locke, Aaron Carino, Dominic Rivero, JC Gunther, Sean Carson, Tyler Patridge, Brian Riggs, Mikey Neal, Philip Boynton, Tyler Howard, Matthew Hannon, Dylan Hardesty, Amir Green, Zach Sharp, and Anthony Still is rounding out the boys tournament. Levine currently in sixth, covers up his spare there in the fourth. TJ Raleigh looking to cover up the 1-2-5. And unable to convert. Emma Stahl currently in 10th, a couple spots out of the cut. Up in the fourth, and that mastermind still locked in on the pocket. She's got back-to-back jacks. Just to the left of her, Julia Hayes, currently in 7th. She's in the cut at -198, stepping up in the fourth frame, looking to try to double up. That shot just doesn't come off the spot. And then Hannah Williams is currently tied with Nicole Miller for the cut. She's up on lane 28, pulls that one right of target. Hayes covers up the spare. So a spare for Hayes and an open for Williams. Again, if you'd like to chat with us and ask us some questions or find out when your favorite bowler's coming to the TV pair, just tweet us at Buffalo Lanes and we'll let you know. Matt Feltz, his shot goes high and leaves the 4-pin. Matt's currently in 5th position through 3 games. He's at minus 75, had games of 166, 197, and 162. Again, scoring pace is low on this pattern. TJ Raleigh up in the 5th. And he mixes it up, taps the 4-pin out, so a strike for him in the 5th. A little slap out back here from Butch. And Matt Feltz, an uncharacteristic spare miss there. He's clean through 4. He misses the 4-pin, though, in the 5th. Julia Hayes. Games of 136, 160, 106 at minus 198, up on lane 28. Shot crosses over and she leaves a 9-pin. Levine at minus 85 in 6th position. His shot here in the 5th. And comes in a bit light. Wiggling the 7-pin. It's wearing the bright black and Campbell orange bowling shoes. So that's where he goes to school this year. Freshman at Campbell University. Julia Hayes looking to cover up the 9-pin. Hayes unable to convert to spare, and Levine converts his. An open for Hayes in the 5th. Emma Stoll, 27, lane 27, looking to stay locked in on the pocket. This one's left to target, mixes it up, and a trip out of the 6 into the 5 for a strike. So back-to-back, actually 3 in a row for Emma Stahl, and Matt Phelps, a little rocket to the pocket there in the 6th frame. He gets all 10 to go back. And Phelps currently in 5th, minus 75 through 3 games. Hannah Williams, lane 27, left-hand side of your screen, comes in light. Brian Levine up in the 6th, lane 28, about dead center of your screen. At the 6, 7, 10 for a moment, 7 falls out late, just left with the 6. Hannah Williams looking to cover up the 3, 5, 6. And she does just that. So a spare for her in the 6th frame. And Levine misses a makeable spare there in the 6th. Again, spares. Spares are huge, especially when the scoring pace is as low as it is today. TJ Raleigh looking to try to double up. And that one just kind of pushes right through the break point. He leaves the 1-2-8. Emma Stull looking to capitalize on the break she got in the 5th, and that shot there in the 6th, this time in the pocket. 6-pin just barely taps the 10, but she's left with a 10-pin. So what breaks end up even and out. So a less than stellar shot in the 5th, trips the 5 and the 6 for a strike, and a good shot by Stull in the 6th frame, and she leaves a 10-pin. And Emma covers up the spare there in the 6th, so she is clean through 6. Strike in the 1st, spare in the 2nd, 3 strikes in a row, and then a spare in the 6th. Julia Hayes steps up left-hand side of your screen up in the 6th after an open, missing the 9-pin in the 5th. That shot in the pocket, and a flat 10 there for Julia. 6-pin goes to the sidewall and just kind of lays in the channel. Hannah Williams shot right at target. She leaves the 1-2-4. Good. How's it going? Glenn Fagan coming by. Glenn gracefully travels with us. Corey Smith's stepdad, and drives his truck to all of the junior gold tournaments when we go to the national tournaments. And we've got a ball spinner, and we do a lot of ball work and kind of have our own portable pro shop. We appreciate him doing that for us, and definitely helps get the kids ready while they're on location for the tournament, being able to surface bowling balls and get things ready to go. Look forward to traveling to Chicago this year. TJ Raleigh shot light in the pocket and watches them fight, and he's got a strike in the 7th. Matt Feltz looking to try to cover up the 1-3-6-9. Feltz red shirt, 7th frame, and kind of knew it off his hand as he bent over at the line. He's hoping it would hold, and he chops the head pin off of that spare. Julia Hayes, for another single pin miss in the 6th, steps up here on lane 28 in the 7th. Her shot crosses over. She leaves the 5-6-10. Brian Levine in the 7th. Shot crosses over, and he gets a break there as the 9-pin comes forward, and a little fist pump and a smile from Levine in the 7th frame on lane 27. Emma Stull up in the 7th. First shot so far that hasn't got near the pocket here in game number 4. She leaves the 1-2-4-10. Julia Hayes looking to try to cover the 5-6-10. Hayes with another open there in the 7th. Stull looking to stay clean through 7 if she can convert the 1-2-4-10, and chops the 4 off of it. So an open, first open of the game for Emma Stull. Hannah Williams stepping up in the 8th. Her shot crosses over, gets 7 out, 5-pin wiggles, but does not go. So Hannah Williams definitely with a makeable spare here in the 8th, as Matt Phelps in the red shirt steps up to the right of her. Phelps in the 8th. And that one through the nose, had the baby split, 3-10 momentarily. 10 goes out, and he's left with just the 3-pin. Williams, no problem there covering the 5-pin. So 8th frame here in game number 4. Levine chops the 2 off the 1-2, so an open for him in the 8th. Julia Hayes stepping up in the 8th. She leaves the 1-2-4. An open for Stoll. So back-to-back opens for her here in the 7th and 8th frames of game number 4. Matt Phelps up lane 27th in the 9th frame. Shot comes in light, leaves the 2-pin. Hannah Williams steps up to the right of him. Hannah shot, just pinch high in the pocket, and leaves the 6-10. Phelps steps off. Williams steps up. Williams looking to cover up the 6-10 here in the 9th. And she does just that. So it's spare for Hannah. And the brain ball goes down the lane, and a spare for Phelps. Raleigh looking to cover up to 3-6-10, and he does that. So spare for him in the foundation frame. Stahl drops all 10 there in the in the ninth. So she got back on track after back-to-back opens with that strike there in the ninth frame. Julia Hayes over on 28, just to the right of where Stahl was, almost dead center of your screen. Just looking to try to cover up the 1-2-4-10. It's unable to convert, so an open for her in the ninth. Hannah Williams shots a bit off the mark. Starting the 10th frame of game number 4. Matt Phelps, his first ball here in the 10th. Leaves the 1-2-4. Williams covers the spare, so a spare for her in the 10th. She's got one more shot coming here in game number 4. And the brain ball is locked in on that spare there for Matt Phelps. Williams, fill shot here in game number 4. And she drops all 10. So a good strike there, good pitch there by Hannah Williams. She shoots 119 with that strike. Matt Phelps, fill ball. His shot crosses over. So he is going to shoot 161. TJ Raleigh working on a spare in the foundation frame. His shot a pinch high, leaves the 4-pin. Looks like we might get a guest coming up in game number 5 to help us finish out this block. Corey Cadell in the house. Aged out last year after making it to the tournament and making the cut. So he's back in the house here supporting the team, helping us coach this year. And Raleigh misses the spare there in the 10th. So he shoots 132. Levine has a little mixer there. And leaves the 2-pin. Julia Hayes up in the 10th. Open in the 9th. Shot goes through the nose. She leaves the 6-10. Levine looking to cover the spare. And he does just that. Julia Hayes looking to cover up to 6-10. And chops that. So she is going to shoot 105. Levine, fill shot here in game number 4. Shot well left to target. He's going to shoot 155. Emma Stahl waiting to step up as Grace finishes with a 122 to the right of her. Emma Stahl working on a strike in the 9th. Her shot here in the 10th. Shot never gets to the headpan, leaves the 1-2-7. Makeable spare. To the right of hers, Caitlin Upchurch in the all black. She's in the 10th frame as well. To the right of Caitlin is Brian McLeod. His fill shot in game number 4 is a strike, so he's going to shoot 213. So a good game by Brian McLeod in game number 4. And Stahl converts to spare. Caitlin Upchurch steps up to the right of her. And Upchurch then open there. Finishes up game number 4. Dylan Hardesty leaves the 2-10 over on the far right-hand side of your screen, lane number 30. And Stahl finish out game 4 right here on 27 and 28. Pulls that one inside a target. Just leaves the 10 pin, but a good game for her as she shoots 190. Hardesty with an open there in the 10th, far right-hand side of your screen, shoots 136. And Mikey Neal steps up the 10th and leaves the 1-5. So Neal looking to try to cover up the 1-5. 27 and 28. Just to recap, Julia Hayes, 105. Hannah Williams, 119. TJ Raleigh, 132. Brian Levine, 155. Matt Phelps, 161. And Emma Stahl, 190. Over on 29 and 30. Mikey Neal finishes off game number 4 there with that open as he chops to 1 off the 1-5. Caitlin Upchurch, 87. Mikey Neal, 107. Dylan Hardesty, 136. Sean Carson, 143. Grace Stahl, 122. And Brian McLeod with a 213 over on 29 and 30. Coming over to 27 and 28, we're going to have Nicole Miller, Rory Kreck, Tyler Patridge, Anthony Silk, Cody Cunningham, and Brian Argonis. That's who we have coming up. And we're also going to have a guest joining us for this match. We've got Corey Cadell's going to be joining us. He's going to get his headset on.
Yep.
All right. You can pull your earpiece up because you're not going to hear anything through that. Just get the mic situated down here.
Okay.
So Corey
right.
Cadell's joining us. Corey Cadell joined us and was on the team last year and aged out after his good run there at the national tournament.
Yes.
As we get ready to start game number 5, the final game of competition, and Anthony Silk starts it off in the blue shirt, and Nicole Miller to the left of him. So, Corey, you've been in this kind of environment, came through the Junior Gold program.
Yes.
What's going through these kids' mind right now? I mean, this is a tough pattern to start off the season.
Oh, yeah. It's very tough. I've been telling a couple of kids I work with is, just make spares. I mean, right now, I'm sure they're looking at the standings and, they're thinking, I need to put up big numbers. And it's really not on this pattern if you just make your spares. I mean, you make your spares, you're going to be in the top. So
that was definitely something that last week at the clinic with Chuck Gardner, Sean Rash, and Jason Sterner, they talked about in the classroom was know your scoring pace, know what kind of pattern you're on. And you don't have to shoot the big game if it's a scoring pace that's like this on Sydney.
Of course, yeah. They're absolutely right. That was a good shot.
Cody Cunningham drops all 10 there. Rory Kreck steps up to the left of Cody as he points back here at the camera position. Kreck, bit high, leaves the 4-7. As Brian Argona steps up in the black and white striped shirt. Argonas out of Buffalo Carry. Good pitch
a good shot.
there.
It's a very good shot.
How, when you were coming up and bowling on this pattern, kind of describe where you started playing and where your moves were as you get laid into a block like this.
When I started on this pattern, I usually use something a little weaker, and I try to play as close to the gutter as I can. You know, not try to give away the pocket too much, but also, you know, keep your target in front of you. Playing left to right on this pattern isn't something I would recommend, but it'll work once the pattern starts breaking down. You'll be able to move left and kind of swing it, but right now the lanes are going through a little bit of a transition. I see is a lot of people are trying to swing it when it's not really working, but I'd still be farther right and playing more direct up the boards.
So, I mean, you got to compete on this pattern, what was it, 3 years in a row at Nationals or 2?
It was Indianapolis and Detroit, so it was 2 years.
2 years. But it's definitely one of the toughest patterns, or would you say it is the toughest pattern?
Yes, I think it is the toughest pattern. It's definitely the toughest short pattern we face. Another good pattern is Athens. Athens is really hard. It's a medium pattern, but it's similar to this in the sense that you don't have a lot of room to miss. That's the kind of similarities I see between Athens and Sydney, even though they're two completely different oil patterns.
Hey, Coach Ryan Woodard over here trying to distract Corey Cadell, get him to mess up on his first time as a guest commentator on our live streaming coverage here from Buffalo Lane South in Garner, North Carolina. Again, we'd like to thank everybody that's watching. If you got any questions for Corey, shoot us a tweet at Buffalo Lanes. We're going to kind of keep an eye on the Twitter feed and see if you've got any questions. We always like questions. We may not have the answers, but we'll make something up, right?
We'll try our best. That's what we're here for.
So again, game 5, they're going to make a cut and cut the field in half. So definitely tight in the boys division through 3 games. I mean, Cody McDaniels plus had back-to-back 200 and 235 to get to plus after 3. Nolan Hughes only 49 sticks behind, so it's kind of all bunched up there probably in the first 5 or 6 bowlers in the boys division through the first 3 games.
We're cutting to the top 18 in the boys division?
Correct.
Okay.
Cunningham covers the spare. And Tyler shot just a bit high, leaves the 6-10. Argonas is a junior out of Green Hope, and a little Tiger Woods fist bump there as he drops all 10. Strike for him in the second frame.
Oh.
Open
tough break.
Again, you can't give away those easy pins, can you?
But also, that was a good shot. It's unfortunate you chopped the 6 off the 10. It happens, but like you said, you can't really afford to give away those easy pins.
Cole Miller up in the third. What did you see there with her shot? I mean, is it she playing a good part of the lane and just not good ball reaction?
It was a good shot. It looked like the ball labored a little bit off the spot, but if I were in her shoes, I would probably move a little bit to the right and try to give the ball a little bit of room.
Now, this late in the block, we're just starting game 5. Would a possible move kind of the ball up and maybe go to a stronger ball since you've got possibly a little hang spot or a little push down lane? I mean, is that something that you would think of or would be a good idea?
That would be a good go-to if the ball you're currently using, if you try to move left with it, you kind of get a kind of wishy-washy reaction. That would be something good to go to a heavier ball, but a stronger ball. That would be something that I would do.
I mean, you can only use so heavy of a ball.
That's right.
I mean, do they need to go check your equipment? Make sure you're not throwing anything over 16 there?
Some days it feels heavier than what it is, especially in the morning time. And if I go practice in the morning, it'll feel a lot heavier than what it is.
So what leagues are you bowling this year?
Bowling Monday and Tuesday nights here at Buffalo South. It's a sports shot league. Got a couple of junior gold kids bowls on Monday night. Nick Senzaprano, Brian McLeod, just a couple of them that bowl on Monday nights.
We got Tyler up there after he chopped the other spare. He covers
There
up
you
the
go.
3-6. Argonis in the third.
Oh.
And unable to convert the 1-2-4. So those leagues that you're bowling on Monday and Tuesday, those are the sports shot ones. Is it different now that you're an adult bowler, or is it pretty much the same? Nothing's changed.
I think it's pretty much the same as far as how they play, but I've bowling on two different patterns. We're on Monday nights. We're actually bowling on Sydney, what they're bowling on here, but Tuesday nights we're on a longer pattern. So it's kind of weird to go between Monday night, playing a short pattern, and Tuesday night you're playing a long pattern. So
it's definitely good practice, though. Definitely good practice.
Absolutely.
So we got standings from Christy Helms and Melissa Morrow through 4 games. And again, we got 3 tournaments going on. We've got a U12 tournament, we've got a girls tournament, and a boys tournament. They're all kind of bowling together. So we're looking at the U12 tournament. Grace Stahl is still the leader in that tournament. And then you got Isabel Romano right behind her and Caitlin Upchurch rounding out the U12 division. Just 3 bowlers in that division. They're going to all move on to the next round and bowl 2 more games. So 7-game total will determine they'll get 1 spot for the national tournament this year in Chicago. Over in the girls division, leader is Corey Smith. She's at -135. She actually made 2 cuts last year at the national tournament.
She had a very good run at nationals last year. Very good run.
Isabel Hughes is in second. Kendall Bigley, who was leading early, is fallen to third. She's at -168. Emma Stoll is in fourth.
Very good shot.
And Argonis, again, almost a fist pump there. He kind of held it off. I think he came back and saw the comments and heard everything as his parents are sitting back here with the laptop and cell phone. He runs back to the laptop to watch the shot. Brian's currently in 13th, so he's inside the cut. But getting back to the girls, we've got Caroline White in 5th, Tiffany Stansel in 6th, Rory Kreck in 7th, and Hannah Williams in 8th. She is the cut at -292. Julia Hayes, who was on this pair early, or actually in the previous games, 1 stick out. Nicole Miller, who just dropped all 10 there. She's in 10th. She's only 2 sticks out of the cut. Taylor McDaniel, Kaylin Belo, Evie Loop, Madison Keys, and Haley Ligon. In the boys division, Cody McDaniel is still your leader. He's at +3, shot 202 his last game. Tevin Barr jumps up. He is in second at -70. Rory Kreck over on 27 goes high and leaves to 610. Getting back to the standings, Nick Sensoprano, you're talking about him bowling with you.
Yes.
He is currently in third, one stick out of second. Brian McLeod in fourth at -94. Nolan Hughes at -98 in fifth. Nick Maganero sixth. Matt Phelps seventh. Lee Clevenger eighth. Brian Levine ninth. Cody Cunningham, who's currently on the TV pair, about ready to step up here in the fifth frame. He is in 10th. Caleb Baker 11th. Brian Locke 12th. Ryan Argonis in 13th. He's on this TV pair. Stephen Croft, Joseph Romano, TJ Raleigh, Alex Dodds, and Anthony Locke round out the top 18 as far as the cut. Aaron Carino is in 19th, 5 sticks out of the cut. Bryce Poole, Sean Carson, JC Gunther, Matt Morgan, Ryan Riggs, Tyler Patridge, who just dropped all 10. They're over on lane 27. Dominic Rivero in 26. Matt Annan, Philip Boynton, Mikey Neal, Tyler Howard, Zach Sharp, Dylan Hardesty, Amir Green, and Anthony Silk. And Silk is over here on the TV pair with us for this game. So, how much did this program kind of prepare you for adult leagues and prepare you for the national tournament?
Bowling on these patterns it can be very discouraging when you first start. You know, the younger kids, they're thinking, probably thinking these patterns they're really hard, and they are. But, sticking with it for 4 or 5 years like I have, you really learn that you really get an idea of how to play the patterns. As far as Sydney, playing, further right is a shorter pattern. And you kind of learn that through the medium and the long patterns too. And it helped me so much at Nationals with all the practice that we got right before we went to Nationals. It's just, very beneficial bowling all the tournaments and going to all the practices.
You got to come up through the Junior Gold program. You got some coaching help. Got to work with, we had, of course, Mo Pinnell in for some clinics. I know he was definitely behind you, sitting right behind you there at the national tournament.
Yes.
How tough was that? Listen to him, get you lined up. I know you were throwing a lot of radical gear.
Oh, yeah. It was very tough. The first game out of the gate at Nationals was 148. And it was heartbreaking having to go back to Mo and have him say, what happened, and we're just discussing a lot of things, and then he said, "Okay, that game's in the past. Let's go bowl 4 more." And with that mindset, I went plus the last 4 games. So I didn't get myself into too much trouble after the first day. The second day, he wasn't really with me, but
it's with you in spirit, right?
Exactly. You can always feel his presence even though he's not with you. The third day, he was with me on the short pattern. He helped me more on the first day than he did the third day.
Argonis with another good shot there.
That was a very good shot. On the third day, on the short pattern, I had a game plan when I went in, and we kind of talked about it. And he said, "I like your game plan. Let's just go out and do it." So, didn't really. I mean, he helped me a little bit on the last day of qualifying, but yeah, it's very beneficial having him there at Buffalo.
Nicole Miller stepping up on lane 27th, up in the 7th frame, had a spare. Looks like she switched balls during this game. She's gone to a DV8 misfit. And then we got Tyler up there with the two-handed style. How much, the national tournament, there's a lot of guys up there throwing two-handed, wasn't there?
More than I expected and more than I've seen in previous years. Seemed like the two-handers kind of doubled or tripled as far as from last year. There's a lot of kids that throw it very well two-handed. And you have to be very athletic and to throw it two-handed. It's not easy. I've tried just messing around in practice sessions throwing it two-handed. It's pretty hard.
Especially on the short pattern. Good spare there by Tyler. Especially on the short pattern, that two-handed. I mean, there's so much back part of the lane that doesn't have oil on it. I mean, do you really need the extra revs?
I think it all depends on what part of the lane you're playing and ball choice.
Rory
Long
crosses
patterns
over.
Longer patterns, you do want more revs. But I think it has a lot to do with ball choice and lane play.
Anthony Silk coming back. His nickname is Silk. We asked him if it was because he's smooth as silk on the lanes, and I think he would take that one as a smooth as silk strike right there.
Oh yeah.
Cunningham and Argonis having a little fun there. So Cunningham loves pointing to the camera. He's hamming it up now that he's on the TV pair.
That's the thing. You have to have fun when you're bowling.
Goes over in the fist pump to one of his coaches from Buffalo Carry, Dan Moore, down out here enjoying the action and supporting the kids. And Argonis with another good pitch just leaves a flat 10 there. As Silk steps up, looking to try to double up.
Gets the 10 pin to fall. That's a good shot.
He's just kind of smiling, turning a little red there. I think he's a little embarrassed, but he's going to take it. Got to take those breaks when you can get them on this pattern, right?
Especially this pattern. Anything on the Twitter feed? Any questions?
No questions, man. No questions.
Got to get some questions.
Guess we're answering all of them. Or maybe you are, because I'm not. I'm just sitting here running my mouth. That's what I get to do for 4 or 5 hours for this.
I'm trying to answer the questions as best as I can.
Getting in the latter parts here of game number 5.
When you finish game 5, please turn your recap sheets in completed to the tournament table.
That should be good there.
Oh, yeah.
Just trying to get the mic adjusted. Not wearing the headset because on the headset we're listening to the feed coming back in, and it's probably about a good 10 12 seconds behind what we're talking about. So just kind of monitoring that, and that would definitely confuse you. Hear yourself again in your ear 10 seconds after you said something. Rory Crack, her shot just kind of labors to get to the pocket, and she leaves a 2-4-5. Do you miss this? I have to ask you, do you miss this?
Absolutely. I think you're probably the 1 millionth person to ask me that today. I walked in the door. Everybody was like, "Why aren't you bowling? Why aren't you bowling?" I said, "Well, I've aged out." They said, "I forgot you aged out." So they said, "Would you rather be bowling?" And I said, "Any day. I'd rather be on that side of the carpet than this side."
But now you get to kind of work with these kids. You kind of help coaching a little bit this year, so you bring that experience of going to the tournament, making the cut, kind of relating to them to fight the battles that they're going through in their heads and with their games right now.
Absolutely. Well, a lot of these kids the mental aspect is what really gets them. I mean, like you said, looking at the standings, they're thinking, "Oh, I got to shoot a big game." Really, you don't. You just have to hit the pocket and make your spares. And they may get discouraged when they, miss a single pin. Or
speaking of single pins, Nicole Miller gets the spare there, taking out the 10 pin. Silk unable to convert the spare there in the 9th frame, so an open for him in the foundation frame. Not a completely unmakeable spare there. Definitely left some pins out there. Kreck looking to cover up the 3-9. And she does just that. So a spare for her in the foundation frame. Cody Cunningham over to the right of her, and he gets a mixer strike.
Wonder if he's going to point at the camera.
No point this time. I think he was too proud. Tyler up on lane 27. He had a strike in the 8th, and that shot there in the 9th. Lots of pins on the deck, and 5 pins still standing. Argonis looking to double up. Crosses over and taps the 9 out. So back-to-back jacks for Brian Argonis out of Buffalo Lane's carry. So his favorite Xbox game right now is FIFA 15. Tyler likes Xbox as well. He likes playing Destiny. Not sure about that game. I haven't played that one. Wants to go to Western. He's a senior at Wakefield. And then we got Nicole Miller going to start off the 10th frame here in the last game before we make a cut. Miller's currently in 10th, literally 2 sticks out of the cut.
Very good shot.
She drops all 10. And Silk and Miller both drop all 10 here in the 10th. What's kind of the mindset that or message that you would want to tell some of the young bowlers that may not have made a team or may not have bowled in the tournament? I mean, what kind of mindset do you have being, let's say, your first year or wanting to try to get on this team?
Practice is very, very important. If you're willing to put in the work, you're going to get good results out of it. And the more you practice is it's going to help your game a lot. And many kids think that you need to go to the bowling center and have them to put out the oil patterns to bowl on. That's not really the case. You can just practice on a standard house shot and still work on your game. It's nothing saying you have to have a specific pattern out to work on something.
You mentioned that. You mentioned work on your game and practice, but some people think practice is you come out here and you bowl game after game after game and trying to strike and score. What would be I guess you'd say, a practice routine that somebody should work towards or try to work on? Give us an example of what you practice when you come out.
If I practice I will try not to look to put a scoring system. I basically I'll bowl a couple games, and then all the balls spend a good amount of time, maybe 30 minutes, just shooting the 7s, 10s, trying to hit the 6s, and then after that I may go back and bowl a couple games with people, and then before I leave, I'll play a game of low ball, shoot the corner pins again.
So it's not all about the strikes.
It's not. That's one thing at nationals that kids figure out, that making the cut is about making spares, not stringing 7 or 8 strikes together, which will get you in the cut, but you're going to eventually hit a bad pair where you have to make spares because your ball reaction is not the way you want it.
So wrapping up game 5, Corey Cadell joining myself, Gerald Morrow. We're live streaming coverage from Buffalo Lane South. Thank you guys for watching. Just a reminder, we're broadcasting over a limited network, so if we have some breakup and some issues with the feed, just bear with us. As Brian Argonas, he goes back 5. That strike right there for a 206.
Very good game.
Definitely a big game. Brian was in 13th, so he was in the cut coming into this game. So just a recap, Nicole Miller shoots 128, Anthony Silk 144, Cody Cunningham 147, Rory Kreck 157, Tyler Patridge 160, and Brian Argonas 206. Over on 29 and 30, we'll catch up with some of that action. They're actually in the 10th frame over there.
Yes.
So again, they're going to finish up game number 5, turn in their stuff to Melissa and Christy, and they're going to do their mathematical wizardry over there and come up with a standing sheet so we'll know who makes the cut and what positions and lane assignments and all that kind of fun stuff. This is a good time for some of those bowlers to grab a little snack and rehydrate as they get ready for 3 more games. U12 are only doing 2 more. Boys and girls tournaments will be 3 more games.
One thing that really helped going to nationals this year was being able to go back and watch the live stream of when I was on the TV pair. And that really helped. Seeing yourself on camera is very beneficial. You can see what you're doing wrong and some things you need to work on. So before I went to nationals, I spent one day just watching myself on camera and, saying, oh, I need to fix this and I need to fix that. So if you get a chance to watch yourself on camera, it's very beneficial to you.
Just mute the sound, right, so you don't have to listen to me. Now they can give you a hard time.
That's right.
Hannah Williams finished up with a 147. TJ Raleigh looking to cover up the 7-pin there in the 10th. And he does just that. So from the tournaments, in the U12 tournament, we're only going to award 1 spot to the National Junior Gold Tournament. In the girls tournament, we're going to award 4 spots based on the ratio, and there will be 7 boys that will win spots to the national tournament. Again, cutting to the top 8 in the girls and top 18 in the boys. What's probably, I guess you'd say, what is your best junior gold memory? What's your best memory?
Probably a few years back in Indianapolis. I didn't bowl so well, but the highlight of the trip was going to Lucas Oil Stadium where the best team in the NFL plays.
We're not biased that you're a Colts fan, are you?
No, absolutely not. That was very, very fun. Something to do off the lanes, which is very important, especially when you're bowling nationals. If you're not having a very good day on the lanes, it's good to just forget about bowling and go out and see what the city that you're in has to offer. Go out and eat with family and try to get your mind off of bowling for a while. Because if you sit and think about what you did that day, it can really harm the next couple days to come of qualifying. So that's kind of what I did. Was I wasn't bowling so well in Indy, so I had to go tour the Colts Stadium. So that was very fun.
So you're talking about doing stuff off the lanes. How nice is it to be able to go up there with a group of people? So not only just a parent support system, but to have other bowlers from your team pretty much up there supporting you.
It's very beneficial, and it's a good a confidence booster that people are behind you, even though they're bowling the same tournament that you are, but they're not an intense competition to where you can't still be friends, you know, when you're bowling. So it's very nice to have a good support system of friends that are also bowlers. They can understand what you're going through.
Last year, you guys off the lanes got to get together as a group. Bill Buffaloe took all of the bowlers. You guys got to do a little laser tag and a little go-kart racing and stuff like that, didn't you?
That was a lot of fun, yes. It was actually the first time I've ever been laser tag. Laser tag was very fun. I've never been before. That was the first time. It was a lot of fun. Go-karts were pretty awesome, too. But it's very nice, Bill Buffaloe, to take us out to do, something like that. A lot of kids at Nationals didn't have that opportunity, and we're very thankful for Bill Buffaloe.
It's definitely a unique program. I mean, we get up there and everybody kind of watches what we're doing. We make a big deal out of everything.
I was up there the last day of qualifying. I was wearing the junior gold shirts. No, it was the first day. I'm sorry. It was the first day of qualifying. I was wearing the junior gold shirts that most everybody's wearing now. And somebody asked me, he said, "What's the deal with Buffalo Lanes?" And I had to give him the whole background. He said, "Are you guys from Buffalo?" I said, "No, we're from North Carolina." It's very cool to get recognized just by the jersey that you're wearing.
So we definitely have some cool jerseys.
That's very true.
Again, finishing up Game 5, got Emma Stahl in the 10th. Over on 29, bowlers are turning in their score sheets. I'll take a short break before they find out if they made the cut or not. Looks like we got, one pair way down there, and right here on 29 and 30 is the pitch there goes a bit high. Emma Stoll was in 4 through 5 games in the girls tournament. It's at minus 225. Your mom sending you a text?
Yes.
You want to send a shout out to your mom? She at home watching?
Of course. She's supposed to be studying, but
she's studying on the computer and probably has the feed up. So
yeah.
It's okay. You can say hi and love you, Mom.
Hi, Mom. Love you. She'll send me another text after I just said that.
She still come out and watch you bowl?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
So Bob Warner, doesn't he bowl on your team?
Yeah, he tries. He tries sometimes.
Lake Buffalo, Corey Fidelity, right now.
He's a lefty, so he doesn't really count, does it?
No,
lefties, what is it? Stand on center dot, hit second arrow?
Pretty much. They don't like to move left or right.
One shot.
I mean, Sean Rash and Jason Sterner and even Chuck Gardner said stand on center dot, hit second arrow.
Absolutely. No matter what pattern they're on.
It's easy over there for the lefties.
Yeah, not too much traffic. They got it pretty easy.
It's not quite as easy though on some of these patterns, especially the long oil patterns. They get no help over there to get it to break down, but on a short pattern, they can stay right there the whole time. So again, they just finished up bowling. We watched over on 29 and 30. Hannah Williams shot 147. Matt Felch shot 174. TJ Raleigh 177. Brian Levine 159. Julia Hayes 143. Emma Stahl 134 over on 29 and 30. Over on 27 and 28. Nicole Miller shot 128. Anthony Silk, 144. Rory Kreck, 157. Cody Cunningham, 147. Tyler Patridge, 160. And Brian Argonis with a 206 in game number 5. Again, we're going to cut the field in the girls tournament to the top 8, and the boys to top 18, it looks like. And in the U12, all 3 bowlers will advance and bowl 2 more games. Of course, the winner of that tournament will receive a spot to the National Junior Gold Tournament this year in Chicago. And the girls will take the top 4 girls after we make the cut and bowl 3 more games. They'll get a spot to the tournament. And the boys' top 7 will receive a spot to the National Junior Gold Tournament in Chicago this year, July 11th through the 17th. So everybody's kind of done. They've turned in their scores. What's kind of the mindset? What do you think at this point? What's going through your head? Are you, if you kind of know you're in the cut, what are you doing? What are you preparing for 3 more games?
If you're in the cut right now, the whole mindset really is to, like you said, get some food in them, get rehydrated, get refocused for the next 3 games. The top 8 are pretty much have that mindset of, I went bold. There's nothing I can do about the past. Let's refocus, get something to eat, get something to drink, and go out and bowl. 3 very good games. So.
Now, for those that are kind of borderline, I mean, like in the girls division coming into game number 5, I mean, you had a couple girls that are literally within a stick of each other there in the bottom 3 spots. So what's kind of going through your head if you turned in that score sheet and you're pretty close?
If you're turning in the score sheet and if you're towards the bottom, 7 for any division, towards the bottom of the cut, you're really thinking that you did the best you could, but if you're really hoping that the people in front of you kind of drop too, but it's you're just hoping you stay in the cut.
Caroline White came over here just a second ago. That's why we're chuckling. Hands us her bio sheet. We get all the guys and girls to fill out a bio sheet, so that way we can kind of tell you a little bit about them just besides what they're bowling. And so she puts on her sheet, her nickname is K Money. So Caroline White is now K Money now that she's gone to college at UNC.
That is her name in my phone, I think, still.
She's actually famous. There was a shot of her on the newspaper at a UNC football game. So
I remember that. Yes.
She's like super duper famous now.
She'll sign autographs later.
But she still says she wants to go to school at Harvard. So, and she's just got a lot of accomplishments, and she has too many hobbies to even discuss. She's been bowling for a long, long, long time. And she started when she was very, very, very young. Not that she's remotely close to being old now. But she's going to be a career college student. But her mom says, no. Mom's like, you got to get done. 4 years, you got to get done because I'm done paying for college after that. Take care, Bob. Have a good day. So Bob Warner leaving the house.
He's exiting the building.
He's going to go home and watch. I mean, he's always on Facebook. Immediately when we post something, he likes it right away. Playing with my Star Wars lunchbox. My high-tech equipment. So, yeah, we're in the break right now. Christy Helms and Melissa Morrow and Dan Moore is down there assisting in this whole score calculation process. We'll find out who makes the cut, and we'll be back out on the lanes. Evie Loop coming over to say hello. So Through 5 games, you were in 13th. What happened, Evie? So a confession, I have missed all my spares.
I think that's what Sean Rash kind of joked with her about, is throwing her ball speed.
She's been working on it.
She's been working on.
She's been working on it. A lot of these bowlers have been working on their game. One big thing that we as coaches encourage the team and the members of the team is to get with the private coach, because you definitely need that one-on-one time to really work on your game. I mean, when we have our monthly practices, you got like 20-some kids, 30-some kids, depending on where it is. Showing us a picture of Sean Rash holding the umbrella as she's wheeling her bowling balls out to her car last week after our clinic. We could barely make out the picture on the phone because the screen is shattered beyond belief.
It kind of looks like she threw her phone out of a building or a window.
Yeah, this is actual live on the stream. That's This is what's coming back in. There's a big delay. So now Evie is actually listening to a feed on the back, because it takes us a while before we can hear what we talk about because of all the delays and stuff. So she's still actually seeing them wrap up here. So I have to wait probably a good 30 seconds before you'll hear us, or even longer at this point. Evie didn't make it over to the TV pair. I think you finished just to the left of the TV pair, actually. She was getting close. She must be chuckling because she's hearing Corey Cadell chat with me. So again, stick with us. We're going to let you know who makes the cut, and we'll get started with the next set of games as soon as we can. Looks like some serious hydration there with some Gatorade and some Cheetos. That's what I'm talking about. Making me hungry.
That's right. Try to get Evie to go out and get us some food. Licenses.
So again, they bowled 5 games in the boys tournament, 5 games in the girls tournament, and 5 in the U12, and making a cut. Take the top half of the field in each of those, and the girls and the boys will come back and bowl 3 more games to determine the spots. And in the U12 division, they'll only bowl 2 more games.
People are on the TV.
So right now we're just hanging out. Looks like they're verifying scores. So for the first 5 on the TV pairs, looks like our high game was Cody back in game 3 on lane 29. He shot 235, and through 4 games, he was your leader at +3. So not many 200 games.
I don't know. We kept making fun every time you point at the camera. So.
Oh, yeah. I was on a TV pair. I mean, how could I not?
I wasn't on it once, and I'm really glad. Like, if we would moved to the left, they would have saw my 120.
So Nick Maganero is over here back at the TV position, kind of happy. He said he wasn't on the TV pair at one point during this tournament, but we're not going to talk about that game, are we? So he's going to walk off. He actually got to get to the national tournament last year up in Buffaloe. So we're up in Buffalo. Everybody got to check out Niagara Falls. What'd you think of that?
That was amazing. Looking at the pictures before we left, I was like, oh, that looks pretty cool. It looks completely different. I mean, the pictures can't even describe how amazing it is until you see it in person. It's very, very beautiful.
This year, Chicago. Wrigley Field. Sears Tower.
Soldier Field.
True, Soldier Field.
I wish I could go. I won't be able to go to Nationals this year. I was planning on going to watch, but I can't make it this year. So I'll try to go to Cleveland.
You gonna go bowl any of the adult tournaments? Are you looking at bowling any PBA regionals or maybe the USBC nationals?
Actually, I don't think I'll do the Nationals just yet. I'm really looking forward to bowling my first regional here in a few months, seeing how I do in that. It'll be a different experience, but looking forward to doing it.
Look like they're almost done. We're just going to kind of take a little break, put the headsets down, and we'll come back here in a few minutes, and hopefully they should have everything ready to roll. So, Corey, appreciate you.
Thank you for having me on. Thank you.
No problem. Anytime. Hopefully we'll see you at many more tournaments this year.
Absolutely.
Get you doing this a little more often and giving us your insight to what these guys and girls are going through. I mean, I can talk about it, but you've been there, you've lived it, you currently live it, even bowling in the adult leagues. I mean, so definitely coming from your perspective, it's a whole nother perspective, and we appreciate you coming out and helping out with the team this year.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Take care.
All right, you too.
All right, a few more minutes and we should have the totals. I'm Gerald Morrow for now. I'm going to mute the mics for a little bit and be back with you in a few minutes, and we'll begin the next round of competition.
Brian Levine at -171. Ninth place, Brian Argonis at -179. 10th place, Brian Locke, -186. 11th place, Cody Cunningham at -189. 12th place, Lee Clevenger at -201. 13th, TJ Rowley, -212. 14th place, Caleb Baker, -220. 15th, Stephen Croft, -223. 16th, Joseph Romano at -229. 17th place, Anthony Locke, -244. And 18th place is Alex Dodds at -245. All right, give us about 3 or 4 minutes. We'll get the recaps back out to you, get your lane assignments, and we can get you going. So give us about 3 or 4 minutes.
I don't know, I just wanted to look at it and then she gave me instructions. I mean, I looked at it as I walked over. I made sure I got that one.
Melissa Morrow was announcing the cut, and those in the cut in the girls tournament. Corey Smith is your leader at -111. Kendall Bigley is in second at -213. Isabel Hughes in third at -226. Caroline White fourth at -259. Rory Kreck in fifth at -287. Emma Stahl in sixth at -291. Tiffany Stansel in seventh at -305. And eighth and the last place, or the cut, is Hannah Williams at -345. So those are your top 8 girls. In the boys tournament, your leader is Cody McDaniel at -7. Nolan Hughes in second at -65. Nixon Soprano in third at -102. Tevin Barr fourth, -111. Brian McLeod fifth, -114. Nick Maganero in sixth at -132. Matt Phelps in seventh at -140. Brian Levine eighth at -171. Brian Argonis is in ninth at -179. See, Brian Locke in 10th at -186. Cody Cunningham 11th at -189. Lee Clevenger -201 and 12th. TJ Riley is at -212 and 13th. Caleb Baker 14th at -220. 3 sticks behind him is Stephen Croft in 15th. Joseph Romano is at -229 and 16th. Anthony Locke 17th at -244, and 1 stick behind him in the 18th. In the cut spot is Alex Dodds.
On your bowling equipment. I've been asked 3 times, so just to announce it, you cannot make any surface changes to your bowling equipment.
Alex Dodds is the cut at -245. So top 18 boys will bowl 3 more games. Top 8 girls will bowl 3 more games. And in the U12 tournament, Grace Stoll, Isabel Romano, and Caitlin Upchurch will bowl 3 more games. Excuse me, they'll only bowl 2 more games. The top person in the U12 after those 2 games will receive a spot to the National Junior Gold Tournament. And the girls were 8 advanced to the cut. And the top 4, after 3 more games, will receive a spot to the tournament. And in the boys, the top 18 advanced. And the top 7, after 3 more games, will receive a spot to the National Junior Gold Tournament this July 11th through the 17th in Chicago. So Christy Helms, Melissa Morrow, and Dan Moore down working the tournament table. Gonna get lane assignments going, and we will begin the next portion of the tournament here in a little bit. Bowlers are hanging out and finishing up some snacks and stuff like that. We will not redress the lanes. We'll see how things go here for the rest of the tournament. Definitely be exciting. So good turnout today for the first Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold Tournament of the season. Got 3 more tournaments after this one more one-dayer and 2 two-day tournaments. You can always go to the website, buffalolanes.com. Over on the right-hand side, as you scroll down, you'll see Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold Team. Click on that link, and it'll take you to the section for the Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold Team, where you can see all kinds of information, our schedules, tournament standings, links back to the feeds from the tournaments. Of course, these feeds are being recorded and will be available later this evening on the YouTube channel for Buffalo Lanes. That's youtube.com/Buffalo Lanes, all one word. So again, we'd like to thank you for watching this coverage from Buffalo South. 5 games in the book, 3 more coming. I'm Gerald Morrow, and I'll be with you for the next 3 as we figure out who will be going to Chicago this year for the National Junior Gold Tournament.
You seen that there?
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's ready.
How do you say? You said 4 and 4 plus 9. You're the one that made me say plus that. Don't you make me say that word?
Right, boys, come get your seats.
We live? Hello.
Oh, it's a ball. Would I knock something?
Girls.
Are you going to move? I guess I'll move. I'll come down.
Oh no! Gerald, no! No!
Hang tight 1 second. We're going to give you a couple shots. And by couple, I mean exactly that, 2. But let them not score those. So hang on a second.
Gerald's just making fun of me the whole time. I know, he already did it once. Everyone's been on a TV here. Right.
All right, junior go bowlers, you're going to get 2 shots on each lane. That's it, 2. Count on 1, 2.
All right, bowlers are getting a couple balls per lane to get going here. And we will begin the final round of competition from Buffalo Lane South. And bowlers getting a little bit of a warm-up. Looks like we're going to have on 27 and 28, the boys. 29 and 30 are going to be the girls. Looks like it's Nick Maganero, Brian McLeod, Brian Levine, Matt Phelps. Over for the girls, Rory Kreck, Emma Stahl, Tiffany Stansel, Hannah Williams. Again, 3 more games for the guys, 3 more games for the girls, 2 more games for the U12 bowlers. One spot in the U12, 4 spots in the girls, and 7 spots in the boys. Those are what they're competing for. Spots to the National Junior Gold Tournament this year in Chicago. Last year we got to go up to Buffalo. A few minutes ago, I went down to the tournament table and I had some snacks down there. I'd like to thank Tastefully Simple. They're doing a fundraiser with the parents from the Junior Gold team. 30% of what they sell will go back to the Junior Gold team to help out with our expenses and cover costs. Also getting ready for our Krispy Kreme fundraiser. Everybody on the Junior Gold team will be selling donuts and or donut certificates to help us raise money from Krispy Kreme Donuts. So if you're thinking about getting some donuts, love it when the hot light's on. Be on the lookout for a Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold bowler. They will have some stuff for you here very soon. And then this year, Pro Shops helped us out. We're going to have the Pro Shops on our Junior Gold shirts for this year. Our shirts, again, this year being printed by Gemini. So this year we had Strike It Rich Pro Shop, Rich Horsley out of Buffalo Cary, Rolex Pro Shop, Mr. Erwin Atkinson out of Buffalo Lanes North and out of Buffalo South and Erwin. Striking Results Pro Shop, Mr. Greg Helms, all contributed to the team and get their logos on our jerseys this year, and will be good, proud sponsors of the team. We thank them and everyone else for help with the team. And again, a big thank you to Buffalo Lanes, all the owners, Bill Buffaloe, Johnny Buffaloe, Ricky Buffaloe, along with all the center managers and all the staff at all the locations. Definitely have a good support system in place for this team, these tournaments and practices. Also, all of our coaches on the Junior Gold team. These coaches give of their time to help better these kids and help us out with practice. So a big thank you to all of them. And then the biggest thank you of all is to the parents, because without the parents, none of this would be possible. These kids rely on them to be shuttled to and from the bowling centers, bring them in for practices. They help out with all the kinds of fundraisers. The parents are just phenomenal and do a good job with being a part of the team, being here to support these kids and support everyone. It's definitely a good atmosphere. Probably heard Corey Cadell talk about it when we go out of town for the national tournament, how nice it is to have those people supporting everybody and being there. So again, big thank you to the parents for letting your kids bowl in the Buffalo Lanes program, and also everything they do for this program and their kids to help support the sport of bowling. Right now they're just finished up practice. They're getting ready to start competition here momentarily as they're canceling the practice. And then these 3 games should move a little bit quicker, hopefully at a quicker pace. We've only got 4 on a pair, it looks like. 3 more games. Tyler Howard hanging out back here by the TV position.
Yep. Hit the red keys one more time, the link will come back on. All right, for the boys, we're going to give away 7 spots today for nationals. 7 spots. Gotta get the top 7. For the girls, it is going to be the top 4. And for the under 12, it'll be the champion. Now remember, none of this is final until I send it into USBC, so don't go making no airline arrangements before you get a yes from USBC, just to make sure that Christy and I are on the money, okay? All right, since everybody's ready to go, as long as your arrows or your net letters match, you're going to follow your arrows. Follow your letters, okay? Everybody understand? Shake your head, yes? Okay, 3 games for the big groups, 2 games for the little group. Ready to go? Good luck, good bowling. Hashtag Buffalo in Chicago.
Hashtag is a serious initiative.
So game 6 underway. Matt Phelps, his shot crossover leaves a 3-pin. Brian McLeod steps up on lane 28. Girls to the right of them on 29 and 30. Hannah Williams, first pitch of game number 6. She leaves the 1-2-9. Cloud looking to cover up the 10-pin. Brian Levine, first pitch. And a bit high, leaves the 4-pin. Hannah Williams looking to cover her spare. Over on 29, Nick Maganera steps up on 28. His first time on the TV pair today. First frame of game number 6. Crosses over and he leaves the 5-6. Far right-hand side of your screen, Emma Stahl flushes the pocket and gets all 10 to go. Again, the girls and boys will each bowl 3 more games. The U12 will bowl 2 more. Rory Kreck in the red shirt over on 29, and she leaves the 6 pin. Matt Phelps to the left of her steps up on 28, middle of your screen, second frame. Crosses over and he leaves the 5 pin. Brian McLeod to the left of him, stepping up, looking to convert the 3-6-10. And he does just that. Right of the boys is Emma Stull, and she mixes it up. She's got back-to-back jacks to start off game number 6. Stull came in 6th. Phelps looking to cover the 5 pin, and he does just that as Hannah Williams steps up far right-hand side of your screen. And she drops all 10 there in the second frame. So a spare and a strike to start off game number 6 for Hannah Williams. Nick Maganero on lane 27, left-hand side of your screen. We've still 1-3-6. Tiffany Stansel, all looks like black pants, blue shirt. Just to the right of Brian Levine, who's up on 28. And his shot off the mark leaves the 110. Stansel came in 7th. Rory Kreck came in 5th, far right-hand side of your screen, red shirt. Maganero, far left-hand side. Rory drops all 10 there in the 3rd. Maganero, and he's unable to convert the spare. So back-to-back opens to start game number 6 for Nick Maganero. Brian Levine looking to cover up the 110. Unable to convert. So an open for Levine. Back-to-back opens for Levine, actually, to start game 6. Far right-hand side of your screen, Emma Stoll. Stoll started with 2 strikes. Goes Brooklyn and leaves a 10 pin. Far left-hand side of your screen, Matt Phelps in the 3rd. His shot left to target. Hannah Williams working on a strike up on lane 29. And she mixes them up and leaves a 9 pin. Left of her is Brian McLeod. Right of her, Emma Stoll. McLeod, his first ball here in the 3rd. Off the mark. Stoll covers up the 10 pin. So Emma Stoll clean through 3. Matt Phelps looking to cover his spare in the 3rd. And he's unable to convert the 3-6-9-10. So an open in the 3rd for him. Hannah Williams up on lane 29 looking to cover up the 9 pin. And she does just that. To the right of her, Tiffany Stansel. Her shot off the mark. She leaves the 1-2-4, which is the same 3 pins that Brian McLeod just picks up there in the 3rd. Brian Levine, left-hand side of your screen, crosses over and he mixes them up. Leaves a 10 pin as Nick Maganero to the right of him, lane 28. That one's right of target. Leaves to a 1-2-4-8. Right of him is Roy Kreck in the red. 4th frame. And a good pitch there, and it leaves a flat 10. So Brian Levine looking to cover up the 10 pin, and he does just that in the 3rd. Maganero looking to cover up the 1-2-4-8 here in the 3rd frame, and he does just that. So a spare for Maganero in the 3rd. Kreck looking to cover up the 10 pin in the 4th. That's not going to get over there, so an open for her in the 4th as Hannah Williams steps up to the right of her. Williams working on a spare in the 3rd. McLeod, left-hand side of your screen. He drops all 10. Williams, right-hand side of your screen. She goes Brooklyn and drops all 10. And Matt Phelps, middle of your screen. He goes Brooklyn and leaves a 10 pin. Now Emma Stoll steps up in the 4th, just to the right of Phelps. And Stoll pulls that one well left to target. Maganero up in the 4th. Shot crosses over, leaving the 5 pin. Phelps looking to cover up the spare. And the brain ball does just that. Takes care of the 10 pin. Red shirt, right-hand side, Rory Crack. Crack. 5th frame, and she's got a 10-pin party in the pit. So 2 strikes on the right lane for Rory Crack. As Emma Stahl steps up to the left of her and converts the spare. Maganero converts the spare over on 27. And Brian Levine steps up to the right of him on 28. Levine's shot never gets to the pocket, and he leaves the 1-2-4. Again, boys are going to bowl 3 more games, as well as the girl. Tiffany Stansel in the 5th. The ball just doesn't come off the spot. She leaves the 1-2-4 as Emma Stahl steps up to the right of her over on 30. And she's got a strike over there in the 5th frame. So Emma Stahl clean through 5. Brian Levine looking to convert the spare in the 4th. Chops the 4 off the 1-2-4. Right of him is Tiffany Stansel. Left of him is Matt Phelps. Stansel converts her spare, and Matt Phelps. Little fist pump there as he drops all 10 in the 5th frame. Again, pace is a lot quicker here as we're only got 4 bowlers on a pair. This is game number 6. So they'll bowl this game and 2 more. The U12s will only bowl this game and 1 more. Brian McLeod, lane 28, off the mark. Left to him is Brian Levine. That's well left the target, but he gets a mixer strike from the Brooklyn side. Hannah Williams over on 29. She goes Brooklyn, and she's got back-to-back jacks. Brian McLeod, 5th frame, unable to convert to spare, so an open for him. First open of game 6 for McLeod comes in the 5th frame. Stansel covers her spare as Rory Crack and Nick Maganero. Maganero jumps up first over on 28, middle of your screen. Working on a spare, his shot here in the 5th, and leaves the 2-4-5. Just to the right of him is Crick. Crick looking to try to double up in the 6th. And that crosses over, mixes them up, so she's got back-to-back Brooklyn strikes. Hannah Williams to the right of her. Far left-hand side of your screen, Brian McLeod. Both going at the same time. McLeod crosses over, as does Williams. And they both left with makeable spares as Maganero tries to cover up the 2-4-5 and is unable to convert. So an open for him in the 5th. Emma Stoll jumps up on 29, looking to try to double up here in the 6th frame. And she leaves the 7-pin. McLeod, left-hand side, looking to cover the 1-3-6. Williams looking to cover up the 4. McLeod chops his spare, and Williams converts her spare as Matt Phelps, red shirt, middle of your screen, looking to double up. And he has back-to-back jacks with strikes in the 5th and 6th frames. Emma Stahl to the right of him, looking to cover the 7. And she does just that. She says, I thought I missed that. And she turns around and kind of laughs. She freely admits she thought she missed that as Brian Levine, white pants, green Buffalo Lanes junior gold shirt. Looking to try to double up. And that one never comes off the spot. Leaves the 1-2-10. Tiffany Stansel to the right of him. And she leaves just the 1-2. The 7th frame here of game number 6. Matt Phelps in the 7th, working on double left-hand side of your screen, red shirt. And boom, he's got a turkey. So Phelps looks to be locked in. Phelps came into this in 7th. And again, we are going to award the top 7 boys spots to the National Junior Gold Tournament. Hannah Williams up in the 7th, working on a spare. Her shot crosses over, leaves the 5-pin. Right of her is Emma Stahl. Left of her is Brian McLeod. His pitch here in the 7th. Not coming off the spot as he would hope. Stahl looking to cover up her spare, and she does, as Levine steps up far left-hand side, and he goes through the nose, leaves the 6-10. Hannah Williams looking to cover up the 5-pin. And she does. Tiffany Stansel steps up to the right of her. She's up in the 8th. Brian McLeod covers up his spare. Stansel goes Brooklyn and gets all 10 to go. Brian Levine covers up the 6-10. So lots of action going on here. Lanes 27-28 are the boys. 29-30 the girls. Rory Crick up on 29 in the 8th. Yeah, that shot hangs out to the right. She leaves the 1-2. Nick Maganero steps up to the left of her. Maganero trying to double up here in the 7th. And his shot hangs out to the right, leaves the 1-2-4. McLeod, left of Maganero. He comes in a bit light, leaves the 2-pin. Crick covers her spare. Just to the right of her is Hannah Williams over on the right-hand side of your screen, lane number 30. Maganero, middle of your screen, looking to cover up his spare, the 1-2-4. And he does just that. Hannah Williams goes Brooklyn and leaves a 7-pin. McLeod looking to cover up the 2. Uh-oh. Covers the 2. Emma Stull mixes them up and leaves a 7-pin as Matt Phelps, red shirt, steps up just to the left of her. Phelps goes over to the Brooklyn side but doesn't catch the head pin, leaves the 1-3-6-9. Hannah Williams, far right-hand side, looking to cover the 7. And she does just that. Stull covers up, looking to cover up the same pin, the 7-pin. And she did not like it off her hand and misses the 7-pin. Phelps chops the head pin off as Maganero steps up in the 8th over on lane 27. Shot goes Brooklyn, and he leaves a 5-pin. Far right-hand side of your screen, you see Rory Crick. She rolls a strike there in the 9th as Tiffany Stansel steps up on lane 29. Stansel left the 3-5-6-9. Brian Levine gets the 6-pin, a trip forward for a strike there in the 6th. Maganero looking to cover up the 5-pin. And he does just that. Stansel looking to cover her spare over on 29. And, sorry, she chops that. Mr. Head Pin Center is in the house. William Pike, better known as Peanut. McLeod covers, actually McLeod with the strike there in the 9th. Again, in the game number 6 of 8. Phelps, 27 in the 9th frame. And a bad spot for a split there in the 9th. Hannah Williams, her shot is flush in the pocket. She's got the little fist pump there with strike in the 9th frame. Maganero leaves the 1-2. Matt Phelps trying to convert a split, and he's unable to. So back-to-back opens for Matt Phelps heading into the 10th frame. Far right-hand side of your screen, Tiffany Stansel actually in the 10th, and she chops her spare, and she shoots 137. Maganero unable to convert the spare, so an open for him in the 9th. Crick up in the 10th, working on a strike in the 9th. Shot crosses over, and she leaves the 5-9. Brian Levine left of your screen, 27. Goes through the nose, leaves the baby split momentarily, and now just the 3-pin. Matt Phelps, red shirt. Looked down at his feet like he had a footing issue, and he leaves the 1-2. Hannah Williams, far right-hand side of your screen, leaves the 1-3-8. Crick with an open there in the 10th. She's going to shoot 146. Levine covers his spare in the 9th. Phelps to the right of him. The brain ball takes care of his spare. Emma Stoll rings a 10-pin there on lane 29 in the 10th after back-to-back single pin misses. Hannah Williams looking to cover her spare, and she is unable to convert, so an open in the 10th. Williams shoots 195, so a good game for Hannah Williams. Start off game number 6. Williams came into this in the 8th spot. Again, top 4 girls after all 8 games will receive a spot to the National Junior Gold Tournament. And so 3 straight single pin misses for Emma, and she shoots 163. So over on 29-30, the girls pair, Tiffany Stansel 137, Rory Crick 146, Emma Stahl 163, and Hannah Williams 195. Boys, Brian McLeod finishes with a 158. McLeod came in to this round in 5th. And Matt Phelps shoots 171, and he came into this round in 7th. Maganero, who came into this round in 6th, is up in the 10th over on lane 27. Again, struggling with ball reaction here for Maganero in game number 6. Levine. Looks like he's struggling a little bit too with ball reaction. Again, these lanes are going through even more transition as we continue to move on. Maganero covers his spare in the 10th. Levine looking to try to cover up the 1-2-8-10. Yeah, he is unable to convert, so Levine is going to shoot 134. Maganero shoots 143 here in game number 6. So everybody finishing up game number 6. Moving, looks like one pair to the right. So we'll see what happens coming up here in game number 7. Again, wrapping up game number 6 for the boys. Brian Levine, 134. Nick Maganero, 143. Brian McLeod, 158. And Matt Phelps, 171. All right. Game number 7. Just getting underway. Over on 29 and 30. Guys that came off 27 and 28 are moving over there. That's Brian McLeod, Nick Maganero, Matt Feltz, and Brian Levine. So we'll focus most of this game on the bowlers moving over to 27 and 28. So your leader coming into Game 6, Cody McDaniel, steps up over on 27. And to the right of him is Nick Sensoprano. He hasn't been on the TV pair today. The hard-throwing lefty out of Buffalo Lane's carry gets the messenger and slaps out the 7-pin. So strike for Sensoprano. Following him is Tevin Barr. Cody McDaniel looks to cover up the 1-2-4. Excuse me, the 2-4-7. Chops the 2-4 off of it, so an open for him. Tevin Barr. Like that one off his hand as he drops all 10 on lane 28. Start off game number 7. Nolan Hughes, first pitch of game 7. Ball pushed a little long and he leaves the 1-2-4. Again, game 7 just underway. You watched earlier Matt Feltz, who just picked up the spare over there on 29. Him, Brian Levine, Nick Maganero, and Brian McLeod. They were on 27 and 28. They just moved to the right as Nolan Hughes covers up the spare. Cody McDaniel stepping up after an open in the first. Here he is on lane 28. Pitched that one out to the left a little too far and leaves the 1-3-6-10. Sensoprano going to try to double up. Lefty on the left side of your screen. He's got pins going everywhere, but he leaves the 6-pin. McDaniel looking to cover up the 1-3-6-10. Chops the 3-6-10 off of it. So back-to-back opens for McDaniel here in game number 7. Yeah, McDaniel is your leader coming into after the cut at -7. Sensoprano was in third, and he covers up the 6-pin. Nolan Hughes looking to get going here in game number 7. Kevin Barr. Kevin Barr shot goes Brooklyn, leaves the 9-pin. So here's an updated list of standings for each of the tournaments through 6 games. In the U12 division, Grace Stahl is currently your leader. Isabel Romano is behind her by 76, and then Caitlin Upchurch is in 3rd. And the girls, remember, we're giving spots to the top 4. Corey Smith is your leader at -66. Isabel Hughes, 200 sticks behind her at -266. Kendall Bigley in 3rd. And Caroline White in 4th at -325. 3 sticks out of the cut currently or out of a spot is Emma Stahl, -328. Rory Kreck in 6th. Hannah Williams 7th. Tiffany Stansel 8th. Julia Hayes 9th. Kaylin Below 10th. Nicole Miller 11th. Taylor McDaniel 12th. 13th is Evie Loop. Madison Keys 14th. And Haley Ligon 15th. In the boys division, Nixon Soprano up in the 3rd frame. And he's got a strike there. He's currently in 2nd at -92, still behind your leader, Cody McDaniel, who's looking to cover up the 136. Daniel's leading at -32. Nolan Hughes in 3rd, -121. Tevin Barr stepping up on lane 28 is in 4th at -135. Brian McLeod 5th, Matt Phelps 6th, and currently in the last spot to receive a spot for the national tournament is Lee Clevenger in 7th. He is at -186. 3 sticks out of the chance to get a spot is Nick Maganero. Nick is at -189 in 8th. Brian Argonis is in 9th. TJ Rowley 10th. Brian Levine 11th, Brian Locke 12th, Cody Cunningham 13th, Stephen Croft 14th, Joseph Romano 15th, Alex Dodd 16th, Anthony Locke 17th, and Caleb Baker, round out the top 18 boys. Again, 4 spots in the girls tournament, 7 spots in the boys tournament, and 1 spot in the U12 tournament. Brian Levine on 29, looking to cover up to 7. But first, Nolan Hughes trying to cover up to 2-4-10 and is not happy with himself. So an open, back-to-back opens for Hughes. Daniel up in the 4th. And he gets all 10 to go. So the first mark of game number 7 for McDaniel comes in the 4th frame as he drops all 10. Kevin Barr in the 5th, working on back-to-back strikes. And he leaves the 1-2. And we've got Deadwood out on the lane. Waiting on Deadwood on lane 27. It's Tevin Barr threw a pin out on the first shot. Over to the right of 27-28, Nick Manganero up on 29. And he leaves the 1-2-4. Brian McLeod, far right-hand side of your screen, and he leaves the 1-2-4 as well. His left-hand side of your screen, Tevin Barr looking to cover up the 1-2. And he does just that. So Barr's clean through through 4. Soprano working on a double up in the 5th. And he kind of wanted that one to hold. You can see him kind of pushing his hand to the left. You want that ball to sit. It doesn't. He leaves the 2-4-7. Daniel in the 5th looking to try to double up. And he leaves a 10-pin. Soprano picks up the spare, unorthodox, getting a pin to come off the back to get the 7-pin late, but it counts. So Soprano clean through 5. Cody McDaniel looking to cover up the 10-pin, and he does just that. And Tevin Barr, lane 28 in the 5th frame. The Barr shot goes high, leaves a 6-pin. Nolan Hughes, 27, leaves a flat 10. Barr looking to cover up the 6-pin. And that's exactly what he does. Covers the 6, clean through 5. Hughes looking to cover up the spare in the 5th. Unable to convert the spare. Daniel. Ball comes off the spot that time. He drops all 10 in the 6th. Over just to the left-hand side, Isabel Hughes had the ball hang up on her thumb. Ryan Woodard down to get it. And it still counts as a foul. We'll have to Soprano chops his spare attempt. Kevin Barr up on lane 27 in the 6th frame. Shot comes in light, and he gets all 10 to go. So a strike for Barr in the 6th. Sin Soprano currently in second through 6 games, stepping up on lane 28. Points Brooklyn, and it goes Brooklyn. He's got a strike in the 7th. McDaniel up in the 7th, looking to try to double up. And that shot goes high. He leaves the 2-4. And thank you to everyone that is watching. Gerald Morrow, we're doing live streaming coverage from Buffalo Lane South in Garner, North Carolina. This is the first of 4 junior gold tournaments for the Buffalo Lanes junior gold team this year. And we bowled 5 games. We've made cuts, and now we're bowling 3 games to determine who will win spots to the National Junior Gold Tournament. The boys tournament, the top 7 will receive spot. Girls, top 4, and in the U12, 1 spot to the tournament. Cleared to Deadwood over on 27. Hughes in the 7th. And bowlers are bowling on the World 10-Pin Bowling Association pattern called Sydney. Sydney oil pattern is 33 feet in length. Again, the lanes will not re-oiled after the first 5 games. So lanes, again, going through transition. Definitely one of the toughest patterns, probably the lowest scoring pace you'll see all year. Hughes covers the spare in the 7th. McDaniel steps up in the 8th after a spare in the 7th. Struck last 2 times up on this lane and rings the 7-pin this time in the 8th. Right of him, Brian McLeod looking to try to cover up the 10-pin in the 9th frame. And he does just that.
Fingers are all good.
Daniel covers his spare. Sin Soprano over on 27, looking to try to double up. Shot goes high, gets all 10 to go though. Back-to-back jacks for Nick Sin Soprano. Again, to the right of those, these guys on 27 and 28 are Brian McLeod, Nick Maganero, Matt Feltz, and Brian Levine. McLeod over on 30. It's in the 10th frame. Hughes up on 28. Good pitch there, rings a 10-pin in the 8th. Right of him, Maganero looking to cover his spare, and he does just that. Far left-hand side of your screen, Tevin Barr up in the 8th. And he liked it off his hands. He gets all 10 to go. McLeod covers his spare, far right-hand side of your screen. He's got one more shot here in game number 7. Hughes stepping up in game 7 and misses the 10-pin here in the 8th frame. Matt Feltz to the right of him. Points Brooklyn, and it goes that way. He's got 4 in a row. McDaniel, left-hand side of your screen. His shot crosses over, and he leaves a 7. McLeod's filth shot. It's the 1-2-4. So Brian McLeod is going to finish with 174. Sin Soprano up in the 9th and just demolishes the pins with that shot there, and he's got a turkey. Daniel looking to cover the 7 and does. Matt Feltz goes Brooklyn, so he's got 5 in a row here. One more shot to come in game number 7. The last 2 that I've seen have been Brooklyn, but he will take them. Tevin Barr looking to double up. That one's left to target. Maganero, far right-hand side of the screen, left the 2-4. Nolan Hughes, left-hand side of your screen. An errant shot there in the 9th. Phelps finishes off with a 2:07. So Matt Phelps, 2:07. Maganero chops the spare attempt there in the 10th. He shoots 220. A good game for Maganero with a 220. One more bowler on 29-30 to finish is Brian Levine. Hughes looking to cover up his spare. Levine in the 10th. Goes Brooklyn and gets all 10 to go. Hughes an open in the 9th. McDaniel in the 10th, working on a spare. He trips the 4, so a strike for him. Soprano, 3 in a row. Goes through the nose and leaves the 4-10. Levine leaves the 5-7. An open for Levine and Soprano. Soprano finishes with 200 on the nose. Levine finishes with 162. Daniel looking to cover up the spare in the 10th. Unable to convert that. So he shoots 162. Tevin Barr stepping up, open in the 9th. Here he is in the 10th, over on 27, left-hand side of your screen. And he's got all 10 in the pit.
I would never.
Hughes in the 10th, over on 28. Makes a good pitch, leaves a flat 10. So a good pitch by Nolan Hughes, just leaves a flat 10. Tevin Barr goes Brooklyn and leaves a 10 pin. So Barr is unable to convert the 10 pin. He shoots 186. And Hughes finishes strong with the strike there. He shoots 117. Recap there of those boys. Cody McDaniel shoots 162. Nolan Hughes, 117. Nick Soprano, 200. And Tevin Barr, 186. Those four will move over to lanes 29 and 30 as The ladies are moving over to 27 and 28. And the U12 tournament is over. We will wait for Christy Helms and Melissa Mara to tally that up and let us know who will receive the single spot and who is the winner. That will go to Chicago this year for the National Junior Gold Tournament and bowl in the U12 division. Again, Grace Stahl came into the final game leading Isabella Romano by 70 pins. Looks like Corey Smith is going to start us off here for the girls. She is the leader coming, well, was the leader coming in the game number 7. It's over on lane 28, red shirt. Corey actually made both 2 cuts at the national tournament this past year in Buffalo. And Isabel Hughes was in second coming in to game 7 over on lane 27. Again, the boys moved over to lanes 29 and 30 since Soprano starts off with the strike. Smith. Going to A&T this year, part of their bowling program out there, but able to come back and participate in our Junior Gold program here at Buffalo Lanes. So Kendall Bigley stepping up over on lane number 28. Kendall came in third to game number 7. Yeah, they finished game 7. They're tallying the stats from game 7. As we began game number 8, Caroline White, a freshman at UNC, gets all 10 to go here in the first frame of game number 8. Bigley looking to cover the 5-pin here in the first frame of game 8. And she does just that. So Kendall, one of the new bowlers to the team this year, covers up the spare in the first frame. Corey Smith, red shirt, left-hand side of your screen, second frame, game number 8. And she gets all 10 to go. So right now, your leaders in the girls tournament: Corey Smith in first at -66, Kendall Bigley in second at -310, Isabel Hughes third, -318, Caroline White in fourth, currently would get the final spot to the tournament at -350. Emma Stahl at -404 is in fifth, then followed up by Tiffany Stansel, Hannah Williams, Rory Crack, Julia Hayes, Kaylin Below. Over in the boys portion of the boys tournament, excuse me, Cody McDaniel's your leader at -70. Nick Soprano in second at -92. Tevin Barr third. Matt Phelps fourth. Nick Maganero in fifth. Brian McLeod sixth. And in the seventh and final spot for the boys is Nolan Hughes at minus 208. TJ Rowley just out of receiving a spot at this point at minus 247. Lee Clevenger right behind him. Brian Argonis in 10th. Brian Levine in 11th. And Brian Locke in 12th. Stephen Croft 13th. Cody Cunningham 14th. Joseph Romano 15th. Caleb Baker 16th. Anthony Locke 17th. And Alex Dodd rounds out the boys. In the U12 division, your winner receiving a spot to the National Junior Gold Tournament in Chicago this year is Grace Stahl. Grace Stahl finished 50 sticks above Isabella Romano. So Grace Stahl is your winner in the U12 division. She will be receiving a paid entry to the National Junior Gold Tournament this year in Chicago, July 11th through the 17th. Then back to the action, Isabel Hughes. So Hughes covers her spare. Corey Smith, your leader in the girls tournament, steps up in the third frame, looking to try to double up. That shot comes in a bit light. She leads 2-4-5-8. Caroline White, shots left to target. White, a freshman, like I said, at UNC this year. Smith with an open in the third. White with the open as well. And your leaders in the girls division on lanes 27 and 28. Your leaders in the boys division over on 29 and 30. For the eighth and final game of the day, Bigley is looking to cover up the picket fence, the 1-2-4-7. And she does just that. McDaniel to the right of her covers up his spare. Far left-hand side of your screen, Corey Smith in the fourth after an open in the third. And that one goes high. She leads to 4-10. Isabel Hughes. She leaves a 6-pin. Brother steps up to the right of her in the fourth. And back-to-back jacks for Nolan Hughes. Smith almost converts to 4-10, gave it a good run for his money. Hughes, right of Smith, looking to cover the 6, and unable to convert. Kevin Barr, far right-hand side of your screen, converts the spare. As Nick Soprano, the lefty, currently in second, steps up on 29. And throws pins everywhere but the 10-pin stands. Left-hand side of your screen, dark shirt, khaki pants, Kendall Bigley. Her shot crosses over, mixes them up, and leaves the 10-pin. McDaniel, far right-hand side of your screen. His shot's a mixer. He gets all 10 to go. As White, middle of your screen. Her shot's high, goes Brooklyn, leaves the 6-10. Soprano looks to punish the 10-pin, and he does just that. Kendall Bigley, lane 27, looking to cover up the 10. And she does just that. So a spare for Kendall in the 4th. So 4 frames, 4 spares. Tevin Barr over on 29. His shot comes in way light, and he leaves the 1-2-5-9. Caroline White on 28 leaves the 6-10. She's looking to cover that up. Does just that. Isabel Hughes over on 27. Her brother all the way far right-hand side of your screen over on 30. Isabel leaves the 4. Nolan trips to 4, so he's got a turkey. So a 4-pin for Isabel and a trip 4 for Nolan. Tevin Barr in between all of that, and he covers up the spare. Corey Smith's shot in the 5th crosses over, goes Brooklyn. And Hughes doesn't hurt the 4-pin, but gets the spare in the 5th. McDaniel steps up. He tries to double up and almost had a 6-8. Gets the 8 out late and is left with just a 6-pin. Soprano over on 30. He leaves the 6-pin as well. Kendall Bigley on 28, and she leaves the 3-5-6 as Caroline White steps up to the left of Kendall. White crosses over, mixes them up. She's got a little split there. McDaniel looking to cover the 6. He does. The other lefty, Soprano, up to the right of him, looking to cover the 6-pin as well. White is going to look to cover up the 5-6-10. Soprano punishes the 6-pin. So clean through 6 for Soprano. White unable to convert the split. So an open for her in the 5th. Bigley looking to cover up her spare here in the 5th. She didn't like that off her hand, throws her hands in the air. So open frame for her in the 5th. Nolan Hughes, errant shot there on lane 29. Tevin Barr, far right-hand side of your screen. Corey Smith, left-hand side. Barr gets all 10 to go. Smith leaves the 1-2-10. Isabel Hughes gives a little shaky 10-pin. 8th and final game, halfway through this final game of competition. Corey Smith trying to cover up the spare, and she's unable to convert the spare, so an open for her in the 6th. Hughes trying to convert his spare, and he does just that. Sister to the left of him, looking to convert the 10-pin for a spare, and she does that. McDaniel, far right-hand side of your screen, goes Brooklyn and gets all 10 to go, so a strike for him in the 7th. Kendall Bigley up in the 6th. Her shot goes through the no, and the first 7-10 of the day we've seen on the TV pair. So Bigley leaves the big 7-10 on 27. Caroline White steps up to the right of her on 28. Soprano stepping up to the right of her on 29. White leaves the 6-pin. Soprano throws pins everywhere and gets all 10 to go for a strike there in the 7th. Bigley unable to convert the 7-10. Hughes, far right-hand side of your screen. White looking to cover up the 6. Hughes up in the 7th and leaves the head pin as that shot was a little off target. White converts her spare as Tevin Barr steps up in the 7th over on 29, looking to try to double up. Barr with the mixer, unable to get it to go as Isabel Hughes over on 27 in the 7th gets all 10 to go. Corey Smith steps up on 28. Good pitch there. She definitely liked that one off her hand. Gets all 10 in the pit there in the 7th frame of game number 8. Hughes looking to cover up the head pin, lane 30. Barr looking to try to cover up the 2-8. White, left-hand side of your screen, her shot here in the 7th. Hughes covers his. White's going Brooklyn, and Barr covers his. White leaves a 3-pin. Kendall Bigley stepping up in the 7th. And a good pitch there. She gets a strike in the 7th frame. McDaniel steps up to the right of her in the 8th. White covers her spare over on the left-hand lane. Cinsoprano up in the 8th, and he doubles up. So back-to-back jacks for Cinsoprano. Isabel Hughes over on 28. She is looking to try to go back-to-back as well, and she's unable to and leaves the 1-2. McDaniel looking to cover up the 2-4-8, 2-4-7-8, and he leaves a sleeper, so the 8-pin stands. So an open for McDaniel in the 8th. Smith, left-hand side of your screen. Barr, right-hand side of your screen. Barr working on the double. Smith working on a single. And Barr drops all 10. He's got a turkey. Smith leaves a 9-pin. So as Isabel Hughes steps up in the middle of your screen looking to cover up the 1-2. And she does just that. Nolan Hughes in the 8th. Stepped up to the right of his sister. His ball doesn't come off the spot. Red shirt, left-hand side. Corey Smith covers up her spare. White steps up on 28, middle of your screen, green shirt, dark colored pants. And she is in the 8th frame and leaves the 4-7. So Hughes looking at a mess over there on 29. He left a 1-2-4-6-10. Kendall Bigley steps up left-hand side of your screen, and she's got back-to-back jack strikes in the 7th and 8th frame. Hughes looking to cover up the 1-2-4-6-10 and gets everything but the 6. So an open frame for Hughes. White chops the 7 off the 4-7. McDaniel, far right-hand side of your screen. Isabel Hughes, left-hand side of your screen. Daniel goes Brooklyn, leads the 5-pin. Isabel Hughes drops all 10 in the 9th. Cinsoprano over on 29 in the 9th frame. And he goes a pinch high, leaves a 6-pin. Corey Smith steps up to the left of Cinsoprano. 9th frame, Corey Smith. Ball just never came off the spot, and she leaves the 1-2-4. McDaniel covers the 5-pin, far right-hand side of your screen. White, left-hand side of your screen. Cinsoprano, right-hand side. Cinsoprano covers the spare. White leaves the 6-10. Corey Smith, middle of your screen, looking to cover the 1-2-4. And she is unable to convert, so an open for Smith in the foundation frame. Caroline White unable to convert her spare, so an open for her in the foundation frame as well. Right-hand side of your screen is Nolan Hughes. Hughes goes Brooklyn, drops all 10. Left to him, Tevin Barr steps up. Barr looking to try to go back-to-back here in the 9th frame. That shot goes high, leaves the 3-6. Kendall Bigley in the 9th frame, lane 28, working on back-to-back jacks. And she leaves the 1-2-8. Cinsoprano, far right-hand side of your screen, starts the 10th frame with a 3-7, it looks like. Barr chops the spare. So an open for Tevin in the 9th frame. Corey Smith up in the 10th. Final game. Shot goes high, and she carries everything, so a strike for Smith. Soprano, 3 off the back wall, converts the spare into the 7. Unorthodox yet again by Soprano. You may have remembered he picked up the 247 on lane 28 last game by bringing something off the back wall. Throws the ball quite hard. Smith. Soprano. Smith with back-to-back jacks, and Soprano finishes off his final game of the tournament with the 224. Isabel Hughes leaving the big 4. Corey Smith, one more shot. Cody McDaniel stepping up. Had first strike in the 10th. His second shot here in the 10th. A little bit of a footing issue, and he pulls that one, leaves the 247. Corey Smith looking to finish with 3 in a row. Off the mark a little bit. Isabel Hughes unable to convert the big 4. Kevin Barr, far right-hand side of your screen, leaves the 2-pin. So Hughes finishes with a 158. Isabel Hughes. Corey Smith, 155. Caroline White stepping up. Lane 28. And a split for her as well. She's left with the 410. Tevin Barr, far right-hand side of your screen, trying to cover up the 2-pin. And he does just that. Kendall Bigley up in the 10th. Ball comes in light, leaves the 245. Nolan Hughes, his shot goes through the nose, and he's fortunate to only leave the 610. White looking to try to cover up the 410. And it's got a chance. Unable to convert, so she's going to shoot 129. Tevin Barr, far right-hand side of your screen, last pitch of the tournament, and he gets all 10 to go. So he shoots 170. Kendall Bigley over on left-hand side of your screen and chops the spare. Nolan Hughes stops and balks. He's going to reset and try to shoot his spare. Bigley shoots 149. Cody McDaniel shot 170. Nolan Hughes looking to cover up the 610. And he does just that. Final shot of the tournament for Nolan Hughes. That one goes through the nose. He's going to shoot. He finishes with the 179. Again, coming into this, the final game, you had Corey Smith, your leader, minus 66. Kendall Bigley in second, minus 310. Isabel Hughes third, minus 318. Caroline White in fourth at minus 350. Emma Stahl in fifth. Tiffany Stansel sixth. Hannah Williams seventh. Rory Kreck eighth. Again, top 4 girls will receive a spot to the National Junior Gold Tournament. In the boys division, your top 7 coming into the final game were Cody McDaniel at minus 70, Nick Soprano minus 92, Tevin Barr minus 149, Matt Phelps minus 162 in fourth, Nick Maganero fifth, Brian McLeod sixth, and in seventh was Nolan Hughes at minus 208. TJ Rowley was just outside the cut along with Lee Clevenger, Brian Argonis, Brian Levine, Brian Locke, Stephen Croft, Cody Cunningham, Joseph Romano, Caleb Baker, Anthony Locke, and Alex Dodds. That rounds out the boys. So all of them are turning in their score sheets. And Christy Helms and Melissa Morrow will tally up the scores. And they will announce the top 7 boys top 4 girls. And then your winner in the U12 division is Grace Stahl. Grace Stahl is your winner in the U12 division. Again, all of these standings will be unofficial. We'll post all the unofficial standings online tomorrow at buffalolanes.com. Go to the junior gold section of the website. We'll have all the standings. Again, they'll be unofficial until paperwork is submitted to USBC and all of the tournament is verified. All the scores are verified and they approve the ratios and all of the paperwork and scores. At that point, then the standings will be official once USBC verifies them, and we will also make the standings official. Again, 8 games, and it comes down to top 4 girls, top 7 boys receiving spots to the National Junior Gold Tournament in Chicago, July 11th through the 17th. This is the first tournament of 4 for the Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold team. And thank you to everyone who has tuned in to watch. We appreciate it. Please leave us some comments. All of this is being recorded and will be available later this evening on our Buffalo Lanes YouTube page. Go back and watch it. Definitely leave us some comments on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. We broadcast over a limited network, so bear with us, and we apologize for any breakups or technical problems. Usually those kind of resolve themselves as the bandwidth comes back. So stick with us for a few more minutes, and you can hang out and listen to the announcement of the top 4 girls and top 7 boys and see who will be going to the national tournament this year in Chicago.
Your goal is make sure you turn in your recap. Corey Smith.
That's the point.
All right, waiting on a recap sheet from your leader in the girls division. We should have the announcement here momentarily. The top 4 girls, top 7 boys, and your winner in the U12 division.
No, I just said your name. We had trying to keep up track of 4 lanes. I don't have too much time to say what's in it.
I think she came in
There we go. There we go.
We're working on the plus 72.
And stick with us. Thank you for sticking with us. We are just waiting on final score tally before we make the announcement. Top 4 girls, top 4 boys receive spots to the National Junior Gold Tournament in in Chicago this year. Last year we were in Buffalo. So be on the lookout. We'll have those standings momentarily. Christy Helms, Melissa Morrow tallying up the scores, verifying everything. So, all right, the announcement of your winners is coming up. Melissa looking over the sheet, making sure there's no ties or anything weird. Again, top 4 girls, top 7 boys.
In the under 12 division, your winner and earning a spot to Chicago is Grace Stoll. Congratulations, Grace.
Grace Stoll's your winner in the U12 division.
You just stand out there and let everybody look up. We will take pictures later, so don't move. All right, we'll do the boys next. Finishing in first place, Nick Sensoprano with a minus 68.
So Nick Sensoprano is your winner of the boys tournament. and receives a spot. Cody McDaniel finishes second.
Third place, Kevin Barr, minus
Tevin finishes
179.
third.
Fourth place, Nick Maganero, minus 202.
Nick Maganero moves into the fourth spot.
Fifth place, Matt Phelps, minus
Matt
220.
falls from the fifth spot.
Sixth place, Brian McLeod, minus 221.
Brian McLeod from Buffalo Irwin finishes sixth. And the seventh and final
the last
spot goes to.
Chicago in seventh place goes to Nolan Hughes at minus 249.
So Nolan Hughes hangs on to that final spot. That's your top 7 boys.
There we go.
And now for the girls. Top 4 girls receive spots to the
Girls,
national
in first
tournament.
place, Corey Smith with a minus 111. In second place, Isabel Hughes, minus 360.
Second is Isabel Hughes.
I bet she'll do it. I hope you do. In third place for the spot to Chicago, Kendall Bickley at minus 360.
Kendall Bigley joining the team this year, finishes third, and will be going to
In
Chicago.
fourth place, the last spot.
Fourth
minus
spot.
421, Caroline White.
Caroline White qualifies in the fourth and final spot to go to Chicago in the National Junior Gold Tournament.
Corey Smith already has a spot in Chicago.
So
So
Corey-
finishing in fifth place is Emma Stoll, minus 431.
So Emma Stoll receives a spot because Corey Smith had already secured a spot to the tournament in Chicago. So Emma Stoll receives a spot. So congratulations. Yeah, your winners, Grace Stoll, Corey Smith, and Cody McDaniel. Thank you for sticking with us for live streaming coverage from Buffalo Lanes South in Garner, North Carolina for the first Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold Tournament of the season. We've got 3 more of these to come, 1 more 1-dayer and 2 more 2-dayers. Again, thank you to Buffalo Lanes, the staff, and thank you to all the parents, kids, and everything. We appreciate you tuning in and supporting this program. Shoot us a message on Facebook or shoot us a tweet on Twitter. We'd love to hear from you. Again, you can go back and watch this coverage later this evening on YouTube. Go to the Buffalo Lanes YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/Buffalo Lanes. And for everybody at Buffalo Lanes and a part of the program, I'm Gerald Morrow. It's been a pleasure being here with you today. Again, your winners, Grace Stoll in the under 12 division. Girls, Corey Smith is your winner, and boys, Nick Sensoprano wins. And all of these guys and girls will be heading to Chicago this July for the National Junior Gold Tournament. Have a great day and go bowling.